You killed my master. Lu Qinyin was in a daze as her eyes became watery, and she was filled with sadness and helplessness. As far back as she could remember, she had always been with her master. To her, her master was her only family. Sacred King Samsara was like a father to her. Although the Emperor of Death said that Sacred King Samsara sent him to kill her, Lu Qinyin didn't believe it. She didn't understand why her master would do that. He wanted to kill both you and me, so I had to kill him. Zhao Feng didn't know where to start, so he just gave a simple explanation. Lu Qinyin stood in a daze and didn't speak. Hearing Zhao Feng say that Sacred King Samsara wanted to kill her somehow made her want to believe. She hoped that the male in front of her wasn't lying to her. However, if this was real, that meant she didn't have any family in this world anymore. Sadness and helplessness washed over her heart. All of this is real. I won't lie to you ever again, Zhao Feng said. He thought that Lu Qinyin didn't believe him. No normal person would believe him if they were in this situation. You lied to me in the past? Lu Qinyin looked at Zhao Feng with slight resentment. Zhao Feng stood there and looked at Lu Qinyin. At this moment, Lu Qinyin's image combined with the image of Lu Qinxin in Zhao Feng's memories. The two were extremely similar, whether it be their appearance, aura, or the emotion in their eyes. At this instant, Zhao Feng's heart was deeply touched. I lied to you in your previous life, Zhao Feng said decisively. It didn't matter whether or not Lu Qinyin believed him. He would respond with the truth. Zhao Feng didn't want to and wouldn't lie to her. Zhao Feng could feel how shitty Lu Qinyin's current life was, and he could almost feel what she was feeling right now. Zhao Feng's heart hurt. He wanted to heal Lu Qinyin's heart and protect her. It didn't matter whether or not she remembered what had happened. He just didn't want Lu Qinyin to be injured. Previous life? Lu Qinyin's body shook. This is your next life. At that time, you were called Lu Qinxin. Zhao Feng felt that his words didn't make much sense. So he waved his hand and took out some of his memories. Hua! 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 Screens of purple and gold light appeared around Lu Qinyin, and they contained countless images. Every image contained a female in white that was extremely similar to her. At this moment in time, even Zhao Feng was completely immersed in the past. These are my memories. They can't be forged, Zhao Feng said. These are your memories? Lu Qinyin's eyes started to become teary as she looked at the images. These images were Zhao Feng's memories, but they were the same images in her dreams. Lu Qinyin suddenly understood that Zhao Feng was the youth whose name she couldn't remember in her dreams. So, all of that is real, and it was my previous life, Lu Qinyin murmured. In reality, she had already foreseen this result. Zhao Feng's expression changed. It seemed as if Lu Qinyin already knew a little bit about her previous life. Lu Qinyin, come with me, Zhao Feng said in a solemn tone. From this moment onward, Zhao Feng wanted to protect Lu Qinyin and not let her experience any pain. I can't go with you. Lu Qinyin's eyes suddenly became clear. Why? You don't believe that this is real? Zhao Feng's heart faintly shook. I do, but I'm not Lu Qinxin anymore. You don't need to fulfill the promise from back then, Lu Qinyin said in a certain tone. Lu Qinyin didn't know how to face Zhao Feng either. Whether to use her current identity of the identity of her previous life. After saying that, Lu Qinyin walked past Zhao Feng. Where are you going? Zhao Feng immediately asked. Where would Lu Qinyin go now that she had no one to rely on? To find the end of my dreams, Lu Qinyin said with a decisive gaze. The moment her memories had completely awakened, she seemed to have seen something. She had to understand it no matter what. Zhao Feng stood motionless. He didn't know what Lu Qinyin was talking about, and he had no right to stop her. Just like that, Zhao Feng watched as Lu Qinyin slowly left. By Qingyue, make sure every intel agent in the continent zone pays attention to this person. Zhao Feng communicated with Bai Qingyue through the Dark Heart Seal and sent Lu Qinyin's appearance and current location to Bai Qingyue. This still isn't enough, Zhao Feng murmured to himself. Old Monster Su, I'm giving you a mission to protect someone right now. Zhao Feng immediately communicated with Old Monster Su, who was further away. Now that his sole intent had reached the level of a sacred king, his senses through the dark heart seal were even greater. Amongst his subordinates, Bai Qingyue and Supreme Emperor Dark Knight both had important tasks, and Zhao Feng couldn't protect Lu Qinyin in secret himself, so he chose Old Monster Su. Zhao Feng then returned to the Hall of Gods. If there wasn't Nine Darkness Palace and some other enemies in hiding, Zhao Feng would have followed Lu Qinyin in secret by himself. Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the misty spatial world, and his figure disappeared amongst a flash of silver. He soon arrived at the Hall of Gods. Since most of the forces from both Lord dynasties are gathered at the God Tribulation Barren Grounds on the battlefield, news of me killing Sacred King Samsara will probably take some time to spread. Zhao Feng analyzed. Killing Sacred King Samsara was actually a bad thing in that sense. All the forces of both Lord dynasties would think that Zhao Feng killed Sacred King Samsara for the secret technique that could gather the power of the God Eye descendants. This meant that both Lord dynasties would be suspicious about whether Zhao Feng had that secret technique or not. This secret technique was too important. Even the Grand Imperial Hall wouldn't sit still. This would push Zhao Feng to the peak of everyone's attention, but at the same time, they wouldn't dare to offend Zhao Feng easily. Strength is everything. If my strength was high enough to make both Lord dynasties worry, then I wouldn't have any worries. Zhao Feng's will to become strong was further toughened. However, it was too hard to reach a level that both Lord dynasties would be wary of, so Zhao Feng needed to expand the power of his organization. Whoosh! Zhao Feng put the last bottle of 100 Origin Sacred Honey into the dimension of his left eye so he could replicate it. After the small evolution of his God Eye, Zhao Feng's duplication ability became stronger. 5 days later, take these resources and raise a group of sacred lords with potential in the shortest amount of time possible. Zhao Feng handed an interspatial ring to Bai Qingyue. Apart from the 100 Origin Sacred Honey that could increase one's chance of breaking through to the mystic light realm, it also contained some resources that he had obtained in the ancient dream realm and the God Corpse. Almost all of these resources were useless to Zhao Feng, but they were very useful to peak emperors and normal sacred lords. Zhao Feng believed that Bai Qingyue would sort all this out well. After giving out the orders, Zhao Feng immediately entered seclusion. I obtained a lot in the God Corpse. If I manage to digest all of this, my overall strength will increase dramatically, Zhao Feng said with a tough gaze. He then used the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to multitask. The first of his thoughts cultivated the divine forming technique. Zhao Feng had already managed to learn its first steps, and he would be able to refine divine power into his own soon. After obtaining divine power, Zhao Feng's physical attacks would become much stronger, and he would be able to use the power of the ancient God Seal. Zhao Feng was looking forward to seeing the power of his first divine weapon. Zhao Feng used the second of his thoughts to analyze the technique to create his second clone. Bai Qingyue had messaged Zhao Feng with many books and theories regarding clones. Zhao Feng believed that he would be able to form his second clone before long, and the battle power of this clone would come in handy very quickly. Zhao Feng used the third of his thoughts to absorb the power of God Tribulation Lightning. Zhao Feng first completely absorbed the power of God Tribulation Lightning from the demigod head. Lightning Tribulation Crystal. Zhao Feng took out a golden-white crystal pearl that flashed with lightning. The instant this lightning god crystal pearl appeared, a destructive force of God Tribulation Lightning spread. At this instant, everyone within the Hall of Gods felt their souls and bodies shake. Whoosh! Zhao Feng instantly put this god crystal into the dimension of his left eye. Xian Wuheng, thank you. Zhao Feng smiled and said. He felt like Xian Wuheng had purposely prepared this lightning god crystal specifically for him. A lightning god crystal that contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning wasn't something that normal lightning god crystals could be compared to. Furthermore, the quantity and quality of the God Tribulation Lightning within this lightning god crystal exceeded Zhao Feng's imaginations. It would definitely be enough for Zhao Feng to use. While Zhao Feng was in seclusion, the power of the God Tribulation in the God Tribulation Barren Grounds was starting to fade away. Almost the entire God Corpse had been blasted into smithereens, so no precious treasures were left behind. There were only a few not-too-bad God Tribulation Lightning storage items, and they were taken away by the experts of both Lord dynasties. The peak experts of the two Lord dynasties then returned to their strongholds to recover their injuries or attempt a breakthrough. However, at this moment, a shocking piece of news started to spread. Sacred King Samsara, the person who had done the most against the true God expert, had been slain by Xiaofeng. This news shocked the peak forces of both Lord dynasties. At the same time, Bai Qingyue picked out a group of members from the Hall of Gods that had contributed a lot and had potential. She then gave them resources that could allow them to break through to the mystic light realm. At this moment, all the members and disciples of the Hall of Gods were filled with hot blood, and they were filled with admiration and respect for their Grand Elder Xiaofeng. The success rate of them breaking through to the mystic light realm reached over 80% with the help of the 100 Origin Sacred Honey and the protection of Draconic Providence. The overall strength of the Hall of Gods increased once more. Several dozen days later, Xiaofeng opened his eyes. Wang. A holy golden white light gave off a supreme power as it appeared in Xiaofeng's hand. This was the first surge of divine power he had refined from a normal god crystal and the divine forming technique. Wang. A triangular black piece of metal appeared in Xiaofeng's hand. He was looking forward to testing out his divine weapon. In order to test the power of the divine weapon, Xiaofeng entered the ancient dream realm. He then poured the first surge of divine power that he had refined into the ancient god seal. Xiaofeng's consciousness seemed to enter the inner region of the ancient god weapon and arrive in a black metallic world. Countless bits of information regarding this divine weapon then entered Xiaofeng's mind. Several dozen forms with the characteristics of close combat, long-distance combat, defense, and support. Xiaofeng's heart shook. He didn't expect to obtain an all-round divine weapon. Ding! Ding! The triangular piece of metal in Xiaofeng's hand split in the middle and extended into a long black sword. Sword form. Xiaofeng gripped the black metallic sword, but he felt that it was extremely heavy and was unable to control it. Shua! Xiaofeng slashed out, and a wave of darkness radiated a powerful and fierce divine power as it shot out. The wave of darkness slashed through an entire patch of forest and landed on a small mountain before exploding. Such power! Xiaofeng could not help but sigh and exclaim. One had to know that the dimension of the ancient dream realm was different from the continent zone. All powers here would be heavily suppressed by this dimension. But Xiaofeng's attack swept past an entire forest and exploded on a small mountain several miles away. Woo! Deafening roars started to sound one after another from the small mountain range. Earth started to shake as giant gray crystal rock giants jumped out from mountains and the earth and released deafening roars. Woo! Several blasts of powerful air shot toward Xiaofeng. I'll take care of you all next time. Xiaofeng looked at the earth crystal race and left the ancient dream realm right away. Although he had many resources and could duplicate them endlessly, it was hard to increase the overall battle power of the Hall of Gods dramatically within a short amount of time like that. Therefore, Xiaofeng needed to plunder resources from the ancient dream realm, and the earth crystal race was, without a doubt, the best target. Ding! Ding! The ancient god seal in Xiaofeng's hand turned back into a triangular piece of metal. There seems to be a seal in the depths of this divine weapon, Xiaofeng realized, but he put this aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to explore this divine weapon more after his strength reached a certain level. Xiaofeng continued his seclusion even after testing out and understanding the ancient god seal. Since divine power that was refined through the divine forming technique couldn't recover automatically, Xiaofeng needed to store as much divine power as he could beforehand. Xiaofeng also needed to practice how to properly use divine power. Divine power was an extremely strong hidden card for him. With this divine weapon, even normal demigods won't be my match. Xiaofeng was extremely excited. The journey through the god corpse had increased his strength dramatically, but because he killed Sacred King Samsara, both Lord dynasties had now set their sights on him, so it was best not to reveal that he had a divine weapon. Xiaofeng was currently inside the dimension of his god eye, comprehending and crafting god tribulation lightning symbols. He didn't need to worry about not having enough god tribulation lightning power anymore after receiving the lightning god crystal, so he could absorb as much as he wished. The power of god tribulation lightning was also one of his biggest hidden cards. Furthermore, comprehending the power of God Tribulation lightning was extremely useful for when he needed to pass the God Tribulation in the future. Zhao Feng opened his eyes after several dozen days. I've managed to analyze the clone's secret technique. Zhao Feng was looking forward to it. He started to craft the body of his clone, and he would split his soul after the body of the clone was created. Shua! Shua! A blood crystal Yao spirit that hadn't fully grown yet appeared before Zhao Feng, and it was covered in blood-red liquid. I first need to wipe out the faint consciousness of this blood crystal Yao spirit. Zhao Feng started to act with the method that he analyzed. 6 days later, a completely crystalline red body that radiated a powerful bloodline of the 10,000 ancient races appeared within the misty spatial world. The core of this body was the blood god crystal that he had obtained within the god corpse. Not bad. Its state of existence is far stronger than normal sacred lords. Zhao Feng was extremely satisfied with this body. The cost of creating this clone was countless times more expensive than creating his first clone, but it was all worth it. Zhao Feng also felt that the appearances of himself and his clones shouldn't be completely the same, so Zhao Feng changed the appearance of this body into a muscular male. The clone is created. Now I just need to split my soul. Zhao Feng had a solemn expression. Although splitting his soul would weaken his soul intent, once the second clone was formed, Zhao Feng would have a helper whose battle power was much stronger than normal sacred lords. Furthermore, the body of the second clone was unique. As long as he kept on replenishing it with bloodline essence resources, it would be able to become stronger very quickly. After confirming what he was doing, Zhao Feng started to circulate the soul-splitting technique to split his soul. With the experience of last time, he managed to split his soul in 20 days. The soul intent of the split-off soul was at the level of a sacred lord, but it was nothing in comparison to Zhao Feng's sacred king soul intent. My soul intent hasn't become too much weaker, Zhao Feng said after close inspection. This time, splitting his soul didn't weaken Zhao Feng's soul intent by too much. With the help of the vine fruits that he obtained in the god corpse, he would be able to quickly recover. Whoosh! A dark purple soul entered the body that Zhao Feng created. Become an early-stage sacred lord as soon as possible. Zhao Feng organized his resources and gave some to his second clone. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was at the early stages of the mystic light realm, so the success rate of merging with the eyes of Myriad Forms would be higher when the second clone reached the level of an early-stage sacred lord as well. Zhao Feng started to heal his soul intent after giving the order. Shua! 3 transparent red leaves appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng had obtained these leaves from the giant vine within the god corpse. They contained a very strong intent and an aura of bloodline divine power. Although these leaves aren't as effective as the fruits, they suit me better right now. Zhao Feng put one of the leaves into the dimension of his left eye and started to duplicate it while he absorbed and comprehended the other 2 leaves. A condensed intent of earth and would enter Zhao Feng's mind. At the same time, a clear and cool bloodline sensation washed over him, taking away all his fatigue. 2 months later, Zhao Feng expended more than a dozen red leaves and managed to recover his soul intent back to its peak state. At the same time, understanding the power of these crystal red leaves increased his level of comprehension. At this time, Nan Gongsheng, Zhao Yufei, Kuan Yun, and some people from the Tai family came to the Hall of Gods. Zhao Feng, you won't try to lie to me, right? Kuan Yun rushed toward Zhao Feng, but he suppressed his anger after thinking about Zhao Feng's performance in the god corpse. On the way, he also heard that Zhao Feng had killed Sacred King Samsara, which Kuan Yun even more scared of Zhao Feng. There was an important matter, so I had to rush back. Zhao Feng handed over an interspatial ring that he had prepared a while ago to Kuan Yun. Kuan Yun's expression changed slightly. Zhao Feng's important matter was most likely killing Sacred King Samsara and obtaining that secret technique. Kuan Yun's consciousness then entered the interspatial dimension, and his expression turned to joy as he prepared to leave. Kuan Yun, do you want even better resources? Zhao Feng messaged Kuan Yun directly. The current situation wasn't looking very good for the Hall of Gods, mainly because they lacked peak battle powers, and Kuan Yun was a good option. Who have I ever been scared of? As long as you can pay me, I'll do anything. Kuan Yun's expression became even more joyful as he started to boast about his strength. Zhao Feng gave a helpless smile. Back when Zhao Feng first negotiated with Kuan Yun declined Zhao Feng right away when he heard that the enemy was Nine Darkness Palace. However, Kuan Yun was now very strong and probably had the strength of a normal demigod. Nan Gongxing's expression was grim, and he stared at Zhao Feng with unwillingness. He had given up his personality for the power of the evil god but was still unable to chase after Zhao Feng's footsteps. "Brother Feng, did you encounter any problems?" Zhao Yufei went forward. She felt that there was some other reason Zhao Feng killed Sacred King Samsara. Zhao Feng hesitated for a while. He didn't know where to start when talking about Lu Qinyin. Amongst the group from the Tai family, Tai Hongling's heart shook slightly when she looked at Zhao Yufei. No wonder Zhao Feng remained unmoved by her. He already had such an elegant and stunning goddess next to him. Right at this moment, an elder of the Tai family took a step forward. "I am Tai Kuan from the Tai family, and we have come with 5 very talented disciples of the Tai family as promised. I hope that Brother Zhao will help the Tai family raise them." The 5 geniuses of the Tai family then went forward and bowed to Zhao Feng. Of the 5, Zhao Feng already knew Tai Lingyun and Tai Hongling. The cultivations of the other 3 disciples were relatively low, but their bloodline potential wasn't any weaker. Tai Lingyun had complicated emotions when looking at Zhao Feng. After his first fight with Zhao Feng, he made the decision that he would fight Zhao Feng again until a victor was decided. But in just a few years, Zhao Feng had reached a level that he could only look up to. Apparently, even Sacred King Samsara was killed by Zhao Feng. The other 3 younger members of the Tai family knew why they had come to the Hall of Gods. They were excited and nervous. Of course, Zhao Feng nodded his head. Now that both Lord dynasties had their eyes on the Hall of Gods, it was definitely worth building a connection with the Tai family. Zhao Feng had the members of the Hall of Gods accommodate Kuan Yun, Zhao Yufei, and the group from the Tai family. Zhao Feng still needed to think carefully about how to help awaken the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline of the Tai family. So he didn't take any action just yet. Whoosh! Zhao Feng entered the ancient dream realm. The golden-winged scarlet tigers, the earth-shattering raging bulls, the 5 poisoned distinct bees, and the sky-fire lightning ape all sensed Zhao Feng's arrival and hurried to his side. While plundering resources from these ancient races, he didn't forget about raising them. At this point in time, the strength of Zhao Feng's pets had all increased dramatically. "Attack the Earth Crystal race," Zhao Feng ordered as he led a large group and charged into the forest. Several Earth Crystal giants had already appeared in the forests and mountains ahead, as if Zhao Feng's actions had offended them. The Earth Crystal race paid a lot of attention to the forest. When they sensed something, they would immediately gather and head out together. 12 Earth Crystal giants. Zhao Feng knew the information of his opponents. The average strength of the Earth Crystal race members was at the Sacred King level. One of them was even a peak Sacred King. Zhao Feng wasn't scared of any Earth Crystal giants, but since it was a group fight, Zhao Feng couldn't block all the Earth Crystal giants by himself. "All of you are courting death," an extra muscular and bulky Earth Crystal giant amongst the Earth Crystal race roared. "Destroy them," Zhao Feng ordered. The 5 poisoned distinct bees, sky-fire lightning ape, golden-winged scarlet tigers, and earth-shattering raging bulls charged out. "Your opponent is me." Zhao Feng charged toward the strongest member of the Earth Crystal race. Normal Sacred Kings couldn't excite his battle intent anymore. How dare a lowly human offend the Earth Crystal race? The Earth Crystal giant looked down at Zhao Feng's cultivation and bloodline in disdain. Sky-destroying Sacred Lightning Palm. Zhao Feng activated his Sacred Lightning body and used his sacred power of wind lightning as he thrust out a scarlet golden palm of lightning. Boom! Pong! Countless bolts of scarlet golden lightning flashed as the Sacred Lightning Palm landed on the Earth Crystal giant's large body. Arg! Human! The Earth Crystal giant was stunned. The strength of this human in front of him was far stronger than he expected. Woo! The Earth Crystal giant roared in the direction of Zhao Feng, sending out a blast of condensed air. At the same time, the Earth Crystal giant waved his arm, and condensed dark yellow axe slashed toward Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng used his advantage in speed to dodge the attacks of the Earth Crystal Giant. Sacred Lightning Dominating Punch. Sky-destroying Sacred Lightning Palm. Zhao Feng continuously switched between these two techniques of the Sacred Lightning Body and kept on attacking the Earth Crystal Giant in front of him. The Earth Crystal Giant was much slower than Zhao Feng, so it activated its bloodline right away in anger. Wang, its body grew several yards taller, and its power and defense both increased dramatically, forming a terrifying domain of gravity. Boom! After activating its bloodline, the Earth Crystal Giant waved its giant axe and summoned the laws of Earth as it slashed toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt a powerful gravity restrict him before the giant axe even arrived. The Earth Crystal race had natural talent in terms of gravity. Their gravity domains were even stronger than Zhao Feng's. Shua! A triangular piece of metal appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Ding! Ding! Divine power merged into it, and the triangular piece of metal in Zhao Feng's hand turned into a metallic black shield. Zhao Feng instantly felt the pressure of heaven and earth disappear when he held the shield-shaped ancient god seal. Wang, boom! The Earth Crystal Giant's attack landed on Zhao Feng's shield, and a noise sounded. Bam! Crack! The giant dark yellow axe in the Earth Crystal Giant's hand immediately shattered into a pile of dust. How is this possible? You have a divine weapon? The Earth Crystal Giant's expression changed dramatically. Only divine weapons had such power. Ding! Ding! After blocking the attack from the Earth Crystal Giant, the black shield in Zhao Feng's hand turned into a black spear. Shoo! Zhao Feng swept out, and a powerful gust of black wind swirled, covering the Earth Crystal Giant within it. Countless gashes appeared around the Earth Crystal Giant's body. I'll use you as a test. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. He didn't need to worry about news of him having a divine weapon spreading in the ancient dream realm, so he could test out the power of the divine weapon without worry. Zhao Feng didn't even use his full power. The defense of the Earth Crystal race was very strong, so it wouldn't be killed by Zhao Feng's divine weapon in one move. Ding! Ding! The ancient god seal in Zhao Feng's hand turned into a large blade. Boom! Pong! A black light that could slash through heaven and earth headed toward the Earth Crystal Giant. Shameless human! The strongest Earth Crystal Giant of the Earth Crystal race could only defend against Zhao Feng's divine weapon, but even the Earth Crystal race that specialized in defense wasn't able to block the power of a divine weapon. At last, Zhao Feng managed to leave a dark heart seal in the soul of the Earth Crystal Giant when it was very weak. Zhao Feng then looked at his surroundings. Although he had the advantage in numbers, the bloodline of the Earth Crystal race was stronger, and they had higher cultivations. The two sides were on par, but with Zhao Feng and the enslaved Earth Crystal Giant joining in, the tide instantly changed. Zhao Feng successfully conquered the territory of the Earth Crystal race without much effort. The attack resulted in heavy losses, but Zhao Feng did this on purpose. The strongest survived while the weaker ones with less potential died, which saved him unnecessary resources. Zhao Feng then started to scavenge the resources of the Earth Crystal race after conquering their territory. Master, here is all my wealth. All the Earth Crystal Giants handed over their wealth to Zhao Feng. The ancient Earth Crystal race could create primal crystal stones or substandard god crystals. They would usually store these cultivation resources and trade them with other races. There were also plentiful mines in the area where the Earth Crystal race lived. Master, we have a crystal mine in our territory. The strongest expert of the Earth Crystal race said to Zhao Feng. Crystal mine. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. Crystal mines either produced primal crystal stones or god crystals. Since the heaven-earth yuan qi in the continent zone was very faint, it was hard for crystal mines to form. Even if one did form, it would be a very low-grade one. Zhao Feng used his earth escape and burrowed underground alongside the Earth Crystal Giants. Substandard God Crystal Mine. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. Substandard God Crystal mines obviously formed substandard God crystals, and if the mine was of a high enough grade, it could even create God crystals. One had to know that Mystic Light Realm Sacred Lords weren't even willing to use substandard God crystals to cultivate, but now Zhao Feng had obtained an entire mine. The benefits of attacking the Earth Crystal race had surpassed Zhao Feng's imagination. With these resources, he could quickly increase his strength and the strength of the Hall of Gods. Whoosh! Zhao Feng left the ancient dream realm with a large amount of resources. These resources will be used to reward the sacred lords of the Hall of Gods that have contributed a lot. Zhao Feng organized a pile of resources and handed them to Bai Qingyue to take care of. Many mystic light realm experts had appeared in the Hall of Gods, but they were still too weak. In addition, the founding sacred lords like Bai Qingyue, Supreme Emperor Dark Knight, the Black-Armored Sacred Lord, and company also needed a large amount of resources to become stronger. Master, Lu Qinyin has reached the coast and seems to be planning to leave the continent zone. Bai Qingyue reported Lu Qinyin's whereabouts to Zhao Feng. Leaving the continent zone? Does she want to go back to the Azure Flower continent? Zhao Feng guessed in his heart. This was a good thing though. With Lu Qinyin's current cultivation, she wouldn't meet much danger if she left the continent zone. Zhao Feng then allocated a specific set of resources in order to prepare for the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline awakening plan. Eventually, Zhao Feng arrived at Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit's house. Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit? I'll be troubling you. Zhao Feng handed over the chosen resources to Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit. Zhao Feng, I'm also considered a member of the Hall of Gods, right? Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit revealed a half-hearted expression. Zhao Feng had recently been rewarding the Hall of Gods members, and even Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit wanted some of these resources. At this moment, Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit very much regretted coming to the Hall of Gods for such a small amount of resources. This is an extra reward for senior helping the Hall of Gods. Zhao Feng gave Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit some precious ancient resources. The originally dissatisfied Sacred Dr. Jade Spirit was instantly filled with smiles and started to refine pills right away. Zhao Feng then gave these pills to the members of the Tai family several days later and paid attention to the situation of their bloodlines. Master, according to the information from the intel agents around the continent zone, the forces of the Great Gone Lord dynasty have been very active recently. Their actions are very secretive, especially Nine Darkness Palace. One day, Bai Qingyue reported some intel and her own guesses to Zhao Feng. Okay, Zhao Feng said before entering seclusion. Within the misty spatial world, state of existence has reached the level of an early-stage sacred lord, and its cultivation is almost there too. Zhao Feng glanced at the second clone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several dozen substandard god crystals and many precious resources appeared before Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng then started to multitask and cultivated the Golden Kuan Sacred Lightning Body, the 5-elemental wind lightning technique, the divine forming technique, and more. Zhao Feng was very wealthy after conquering the Earth Crystal race. A current was secretly flowing in the Great Gone Lord dynasty, and an invisible pressure was descending on Zhao Feng. He needed to use every minute and every second to increase his own power and the strength of his force. Dark yellow lightning symbols jumped across Zhao Feng's body a month later and suddenly released a strong surge of light. My sacred lightning body has reached the final stages of the 6th level. Zhao Feng used his resources and broke through a small bottleneck of the 6th level. After breaking through to the final stages of the sacred lightning body's 6th level, even normal sacred kings wouldn't be able to do much damage to Zhao Feng. Very good, you have also become an early-stage sacred lord. I'll merge the eyes of myriad forms into you right now. Zhao Feng and his second clone both revealed an excited smile. Although Zhao Feng also had the Eye of Samsara, he currently needed strong battle power. The Eye of Samsara he possessed contained the Samsara of life, which wasn't as useful as the Eye of Myriad Forms for combat. Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was a non-human and wouldn't be able to move freely around the Great Gone Lord dynasty. So Zhao Feng killed him without hesitation and took the Eyes of Myriad Forms. Your strength will increase dramatically after merging with the Eyes of Myriad Forms, Zhao Feng said. The battle power of his second clone would be on par with a late-stage Sacred Lord after merging with the Eyes of Myriad Forms. Furthermore, the Eyes of Myriad Forms would increase the defense of his soul and his cultivation speed. With the experience of last time, Zhao Feng merged the Eyes of Myriad Forms into his second clone's soul within one day. My second clone, Zhao Wan. Zhao Feng named the clone. After successfully helping Zhao Wan merge with the eyes of myriad forms, Zhao Feng chose some unique eye bloodline techniques and other skills for Zhao Wan to cultivate. Only powerful eye bloodline techniques would be able to release the complete power of his eye bloodline. One day, Bai Qingyue sent Zhao Feng another message. Master, 9 Darkness Palace has been getting very close to many other forces of the Lord Dynasty, including the 8 big families. The Grand Imperial Hall also seems to have taken action. Bai Qingyue spoke in a solemn tone. Master, 9 Darkness Palace has been getting very close to many other forces of the Lord Dynasty, including the 8 big families. The Grand Imperial Hall also seems to have taken action. Bai Qingyue spoke in a solemn tone. From Bai Qingyue's point of view, the current situation was extremely urgent. If the Hall of Gods didn't do anything, they would be unable to face the upcoming dangers. Okay, Zhao Feng said before continuing his seclusion. The cultivation speed of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique has increased recently, Zhao Feng said with joy. The cultivation technique that Zhao Wan trained in was also the 5 elemental wind lightning technique, so the experience and understanding gained from Zhao Wan would also naturally enter Zhao Feng's consciousness. Zhao Wan's current cultivation was relatively low, so the effect wasn't very strong for Zhao Feng, but Zhao Wan could also obtain experience for the 5 elemental wind lightning technique from Zhao Feng. Adding on the fact that there were boundless resources, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. When their cultivations reached the same level in the future, the experience and comprehension gained by both sides would help each other equally. This meant that their cultivation speed would be about 2 times faster. Although the first clone, Zhao Wang, cultivated the Tao of Ghosts and was unable to increase Zhao Feng's cultivation speed, the comprehension that Zhao Wang gained from the Tao of Ghosts could still increase Zhao Feng's knowledge. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally felt how powerful the soul-splitting technique was. Zhao Feng then started to multitask. Cultivating the 5 elemental wind lightning technique would also increase Zhao Wan's cultivation speed. Zhao Feng also thought about how to use the remaining power of the god blood that was sealed within his right index finger. This drop of god blood had been sealed in Zhao Feng's index finger for a while now, and part of its power was used up by Zhao Feng while another part had been feeding Zhao Feng's state of existence. Zhao Feng also found that a small amount of the god blood's power had merged with the flesh of his right index finger. I wonder what will happen if I'm able to completely merge the power of this drop of god blood into my finger. Zhao Feng was very excited. Now that he had plenty of cultivation resources, it would be extremely good for him if he could turn this drop of god blood into a powerful offensive method. Zhao Feng first released a small part of the Ice Imperial Spear's seal to release a wisp of the god blood's power. At the same time, Zhao Feng controlled the flesh of his finger to absorb the power of the god blood. Although this process took some time, he managed to succeed in the end. Zhao Feng then repeated this 2 more times. This is the limit that my current state of existence can withstand. Zhao Feng finally stopped. If he forcefully absorbed any more power of the god blood, the bloodline divine power would seep out. At this point, his finger was completely different from the other parts of his body. Whoosh! A piece of normal heaven-grade armor appeared before Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Zhao Feng circulated the power of his finger and stabbed forward. Hoo! Zhao Feng's finger pierced directly through the defense of this armor, and countless spiderweb-looking cracks started to extend through it. Boom! Pong! The armor shattered into countless pieces. It's this strong? Zhao Feng's expression turned to surprise. The power of his finger after merging with the god blood exceeded Zhao Feng's imaginations. At the moment, Zhao Feng's finger had only merged with 1/10 of the god blood's power. As Zhao Feng's state of existence increased in the future and became more compatible with the god blood, he would be able to merge more of it into his index finger. Zhao Feng was looking forward to the power he would have when he completely merged the god blood into his finger. The power should become even greater if I cultivate a finger technique. Zhao Feng then picked out a suitable finger technique from looking at his memories and the battle techniques of the Hall of Gods. Wind Lightning Raging Finger. Zhao Feng finally picked this finger technique. The Wind Lightning Raging Finger contained wide-range finger attacks as well as focused finger attacks. It fitted Zhao Feng's requirements perfectly. With Zhao Feng's understanding of Wind Lightning, he spent only several dozen days to completely familiarize himself with the Wind Lightning Raging Finger, and he cultivated it to the 5th level. Zhao Feng restrained the true power of his index finger inside the misty spatial world as he practiced the Wind Lightning Raging Finger. Countless different-sized finger phantoms of wind lightning filled the air around Zhao Feng. At a certain moment, the power of wind lightning around Zhao Feng released a dark golden light. The 5-elemental wind lightning technique has reached the late stages of the 9th level. Zhao Feng was overjoyed as he looked at Zhao Wan in the distance. Time was tight, so Zhao Feng was focusing on practicing his battle technique and not much else, while Zhao Wan was completely focusing on the 5-elemental wind lightning technique. In a month's time, Zhao Feng only circulated his sacred power of wind lightning a little, but he broke through a small bottleneck. This was all due to Zhao Wan. It's time to take action now. On this day, Zhao Feng silently exited seclusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For human figures gathered together on a certain mountain behind the Hall of Gods at night. Zhao Feng, let's go. Nan Gongsheng was already getting impatient, and killing intent covered his face. Zhao Feng, you're confident that you can do it? Kuan Yun was slightly hesitant after learning their task. Are you scared? Zhao Feng asked with a slight mocking tone. Who have I ever been scared of? Kuan Yun puffed out his chest. Shwa. The group disappeared amongst a flash of silver. In the depths of the continent zone, within the 9 Darkness mountain range, many experts of the Great Gon Lord dynasty gathered within a secret hall. Each of these experts had at least a 3-star force behind them, and there were many ancient 3-star superpowers. The Hall of Gods has been expanding very fast recently, and they have many new Mystic Light Realm experts. If it wasn't for the fact that their Grand Elder Zhao Feng was only a late-stage Sacred Lord, they would almost be a peak 3-star power given their current magnitude. However, the most important thing is that Zhao Feng might have that secret technique that can gather the power of the 8 great god eyes. The upper echelons of these forces spoke their thoughts. They were all very interested in a piece of fat meat like the Hall of Gods. According to the intel of 9 Darkness Palace, the amount of wealth the Hall of Gods has is at least comparable to an ancient 3-star superpower. A sacred king from 9 Darkness Palace said. The Earth Demon cult was also a 3-star superpower, but it wasn't considered ancient. From this, one could see how wealthy the Hall of Gods was. This old man agrees with Sacred King Wicked Sky. An elder from the Black Evil cult nearby said. A figure shrouded in darkness floated at the very front of the secret hall. This is our opportunity to rise again. Demigod Dark Ocean spoke in a solemn tone. The Black Evil cult will help 9 Darkness Palace to the best of their ability. The Jiang family will also participate. The Earth Demon cult will stand on the same side as 9 Darkness Palace. The forces present all displayed their views. Would any of them possibly be scared that several dozen 3-star powers led by 9 Darkness Palace wouldn't be able to deal with the Hall of Gods? 9 Darkness Palace won't treat you badly after this. Demigod Dark Ocean laughed. The feud between 9 Darkness Palace and the Hall of Gods was irresolvable, and Demigod Dark Ocean wasn't completely confident in himself given Zhao Feng's current strength. This was why he paid a big price to gather many forces to help. Just wait a while. Those from the Grand Imperial Hall will arrive shortly. Demigod Dark Ocean continued, and the forces present became silent. 9 Darkness Palace's actions were about to start a war between 2 top forces in the Lord dynasty. Several hundred forces, whether they were big or small, might be affected. Under normal circumstances, the Grand Imperial Hall would stop the situation from happening. But the Grand Imperial Hall very much wanted the secret technique in Zhao Feng's hands. Therefore, the Grand Imperial Hall allowed this happen. But their requirement was that, if Zhao Feng did have the secret technique, 9 Darkness Palace would hand it to them after the Hall of Gods was destroyed. Right at this moment, a tremor shook the outer edges of 9 Darkness Palace as a terrifying pressure of heaven and earth crushed over. Since the secret hall blocked out everything, the experts present could only sense a faint disturbance. The Grand Imperial Hall is here? a Sacred Lord asked in surprise. But the expressions of the 9 Darkness Palace members kept on changing. Whoosh! Whoosh! An elder from 9 Darkness Palace opened the barrier covering the secret hall. Pong! Bam! Boom! A terrifying intent and the sound of explosions instantly entered the secret hall. Demigod Dark Ocean, come out and die! A deafening enraged roar immediately sounded. How is this possible? The Hall of Gods is already here. A certain force's elder was shocked. Impossible, the scouts of 9 Darkness Palace are keeping an eye on the Hall of Gods. If they charged over, we would know instantly. Sacred King Wicked Sky had a grim expression. Who, Demigod Dark Ocean and all the members of 9 Darkness Palace charged out. Boom! Pong! Bam! At this point, the majority of 9 Darkness Palace had been destroyed, and countless disciples of the demonic Tao were buried in ruins. Very good, you have come to find death on your own. Now I don't have to leave. Demigod Dark Ocean's eyes burned with anger as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. Demigod Dark Ocean didn't expect the Hall of Gods to attack them first, and with only 4 people. At this moment, the elders of the other forces charged out from the secret hall. Help 9 Darkness Palace handle these arrogant bastards. Sacred King Wicked Sky roared. A measly 4 people dare to come here? A Sacred Lord from a demonic Tao force couldn't help but mock. Everyone attack. The Hall of Gods will be completely finished if we kill these 4. The forces present were surprised but overjoyed at the same time. From their point of view, it was impossible for the Hall of Gods to stop their combined power. The upper echelon of the Hall of Gods had charged out to their deaths on their own, which is exactly what they wanted. How is this possible? Zhao Feng. Sacred King Earth Ghost had an extremely grim expression. According to what he knew, Zhao Feng had already used his last god-slaying arrow. So what was Zhao Feng relying on that allowed him to charge into the headquarters of 9 Darkness Palace? Could he really have obtained that secret technique from Sacred King Samsara? Sacred King Earth Ghost murmured in his heart, but soon ruled out this possibility. If Zhao Feng really had 3 or more God-Eye descendants and the secret technique, he could topple the Grand Imperial Hall and rule over the Great Gone Lord dynasty. Whoosh! 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 All of the experts in the secret hall charged out. I didn't think there would be so many forces teaming up with 9 Darkness Palace. I can get rid of them as well at the same time. Zhao Feng floated in midair and looked down as he spoke in a playful tone. I didn't think there would be so many forces teaming up with 9 Darkness Palace. I can get rid of them as well at the same time. Zhao Feng floated in midair and looked down as he spoke in a playful tone. Hearing this, everybody's expressions froze, but then they started to roar with laughter after scanning around with their divine sense and finding no weird disturbances. Ha 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 ha! You really don't know what life is and what death is, do you? Did you even do any research before you came here? Now that we have teamed up with 9 Darkness Palace, you're just coming here to die. The Sacred Lords and Sacred Kings present laughed and mocked. They took Zhao Feng's words as a joke. However, Demigod Dark Ocean had a solemn gaze as he scanned over Zhao Feng and company. He couldn't estimate Zhao Feng's strength, but Kuan Yun at least had the strength of a normal demigod. Nan Gongxing's and Zhao Yufei's strength was about the same level as an high-tier Sacred King. Take them down, Demigod Dark Ocean ordered with a cold expression. Zhao Feng's calm expression made him feel extremely uneasy, but now that they were here, 9 Darkness Palace couldn't just do nothing. 9 Darkness Palace had to take them down, and they couldn't allow failure. Humph! Demigod Dark Ocean, you're already at the end of your life. There's no point struggling. Zhao Feng smiled as a pair of scarlet wings of lightning spread behind his back. Lightning and wind flashed as he immediately charged toward Demigod Dark Ocean. Whoosh! 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 Kuan Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Nan Gongxing all received Zhao Feng's order and took action. Zhao Feng, since you want to die, I'll let you die. Demigod Dark Ocean was originally going to stop Kuan Yun, but Zhao Feng charged at him instead. This was what Demigod Dark Ocean wanted as well. As long as Demigod Dark Ocean managed to kill Zhao Feng, everything would be over. Attack Kuan Yun. Seeing their Grand Elder clash with Zhao Feng, The other elders of Nine Darkness Palace could only go fight Kuan Yun. Nine Darkness Palace was one of the strongest three-star forces in the Great Gone Lord dynasty. Apart from Demigod Dark Ocean, they had 2 Sacred King experts and 4 late-stage Sacred Lords. All of you are my prey. Nan Gongsheng left behind silver-purple afterimages as he charged toward a group of elders from Nine Darkness Palace. Some of these Sacred Lords had pursued him before and tried to kill him. Nan Gongsheng's main targets were these Sacred Lords. Nan Gongsheng, you will die today. Sacred Lord Wicked Truth's expression turned to surprise as he roared in anger. Sacred Lord Wicked Truth was one of the Sacred Lords of Nine Darkness Palace that had chased Nan Gongsheng all the way to the true martial Sacred Lord. Black Wicked Cult, go support Nine Darkness Palace. The Grand Elder of the Black Wicked Cult immediately roared. Charge! Sacred King Earth Ghost had a low tone as he charged out with several members of the Earth Demon Cult. The upper echelon of the other 3-star forces, including the Jiang family and the Dong family, also joined the fight. Golden Kuan's sacred body. Kuan Yun circulated the Golden Kuan's sacred body, and talismans of lightning flashed around him as a terrifying pressure descended onto heaven and earth. The nearby Sacred Lords of Nine Darkness Palace and the experts of different forces nearby were instantly suppressed by this physical force of lightning. Purple Jade Sacred Technique. Zhao Yufei used a technique, and golden lights flashed across her body as she summoned Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. Hu, Wang. The nearby Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi gathered toward Zhao Yufei and turned into a purple mist that surrounded her. Zhao Yufei then controlled this mist and clashed with some of the experts. Sky-destroying Sacred Lightning Palm. Zhao Feng activated his Sacred Lightning Body and Blood Devil Sun bloodline as he fought with full power, unleashing a blazing scarlet golden palm of wind lightning. Nine Darkness Demonic Light. Demigod Dark Ocean harumphed coldly as he circulated a pitch-black sacred power and thrust out with his palm. An enormous black beam of light with a terrifying demonic force passed through the air and landed against Zhao Feng's palm. Boom! After the clash, the pitch-black light shot out and continued toward Zhao Feng. As expected of a demigod. Without using any hidden cards, I'm not his match at all. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. He originally wanted to test his strength after his improvements, but the instant they exchanged blows, Zhao Feng understood that there was still a difference between himself and a demigod. Demigod Dark Ocean was a bit stronger than Demigod Ferocity. Earth Lightning Sacred Armor. Zhao Feng immediately circulated the Earth of Wind Lightning and used a defensive secret technique to block the remaining power of Demigod Dark Ocean's attack. This brat! Demigod Dark Ocean's expression was grim as his eyes locked onto Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was only at the late stages of the Mystic Light Realm, but he was able to fight against a demigod. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng's performance in the God Corpse was already too shocking, Demigod Dark Ocean would be completely stunned. However, he was simply filled with wariness now. It was impossible for Zhao Feng and company to not have thought things through before daring to charge into the headquarters of Nine Darkness Palace. They definitely had something that they could rely on. On the other hand, Nine Darkness Palace had gathered many experts from various 3-star powers. Even if Zhao Feng and company had some hidden cards, it was useless. Demonic Mark. Demigod Dark Ocean hated Zhao Feng to the bone and immediately took out a substandard god weapon without caring about the cultivation difference between him and this junior. A black skeletal arm appeared in Demigod Dark Ocean's hand, and a heart-moving demonic Dao aura surrounded the 5 fingers of the skeletal arm. Substandard god weapon. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. He didn't expect Demigod Dark Ocean to place so much importance on him that he would take out a substandard god weapon so quickly. Zhao Feng didn't dare to overestimate himself against a demigod that had taken out a substandard god weapon. Illusion Soul Charge. Zhao Feng's left eye glowed with purple and gold as a powerful soul intent landed against Demigod Dark Ocean's soul. The wings on Zhao Feng's back released a brilliant glow of light the instant Demigod Dark Ocean was dazed, and he appeared directly behind Demigod Dark Ocean. Sky-destroying Sacred Lightning Palm. Zhao Feng unleashed the projection of his little world of wind lightning and the physical force lightning domain. He merged their power together into his palm and thrust out. What a strong eye bloodline technique! Demigod Dark Ocean was secretly stunned. He didn't think that a junior's eye bloodline technique would be able to affect him. At this moment, he found that Zhao Feng's soul intent had reached the level of a sacred king. 9 Darkness Demonic Claw. Demigod Dark Ocean gripped the skeletal arm and released the power of the demonic Tao as he slashed out. Shu 5 pitch-black claws ripped through space and landed on Zhao Feng's palm of light. Boom! Pong! Zhao Feng's sacred lightning palm was immediately shattered, but Zhao Feng had already expected this long ago. He already started to move when Demigod Dark Ocean unleashed this attack and started to circulate his left eye. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. A purple and gold lightning fire exploded in Demigod Dark Ocean's face and radiated the destructive aura of God Tribulation Lightning. Arg! Demigod Dark Ocean screamed out as lightning fire burned across his soul and body. Demigod Dark Ocean's expression contorted, and he was enraged. The difference in power between Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique this time and last time was extremely big, causing Demigod Dark Ocean to underestimate Zhao Feng. He was tricked. Sky-penetrating finger. Zhao Feng's right index finger radiated a powerful ancient bloodline aura. At the same time, a surge of sacred power of wind lightning merged into it. Whoosh! A scarlet golden light with the terrifying power of wind lightning shot toward Demigod Dark Ocean's chest. Not good. Demigod Dark Ocean was still amidst the burning flames of God Tribulation Lightning when he felt a critical sense of danger. Whoosh! Demigod Dark Ocean circulated his demonic Tao sacred power and a wisp of divine power to form a blazing black barrier in front of himself. Shoo! Zhao Feng's finger clashed against the blazing black barrier and penetrated through it. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's finger continued forward and landed on Demigod Dark Ocean's chest. The penetration ability is strong, but the damage caused is limited. Zhao Feng concluded after using one of the techniques from the Wind Lightning Raging Finger for the first time. Grand Elder. The elders of 9 Darkness Palace fighting against Nan Gongshang and Kuan Yun were stunned as they looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. Their Grand Elder, Demigod Dark Ocean, had been injured by Zhao Feng. One had to know that, of the 2 people fighting, one was a demigod while the other was just a late-stage sacred lord. But the result was something none of them would have ever expected. His strength is already enough to fight against demigods. Sacred King Earth Ghost was in shock and was thinking about whether he had made the correct decision or not. Although Zhao Feng had already slain a demigod before in the God Corpse, he had to use the God-slaying arrow, which was completely different from the current situation. How is this possible? Demigod Dark Ocean still hasn't managed to finish off that brat. The experts of the other forces finally saw what was happening to Demigod Dark Ocean and were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They originally thought that Demigod Dark Ocean would be able to easily kill Zhao Feng and end the battle quickly, but in just a short while, Demigod Dark Ocean was the one injured by Zhao Feng instead. At this moment, they finally understood that 9 Darkness Palace asked others for help because they weren't confident that they could deal with the Hall of Gods by themselves. However, they knew this too late. The only thing they could now do was kill the 4 in front of them. Zhao Feng. Kuan Yun and Nan Gongsheng both froze in the air for a moment. Neither of them expected Zhao Feng to have such strength. No wonder he dared to lead them and charge toward 9 Darkness Palace. Zhao Feng looked around and inspected the situation after injuring Demigod Dark Ocean. Even though Kuan Yun, Nan Gongsheng, and Zhao Yufei were very strong, it was hard for them to fight against so many experts at once. Go! Zhao Feng waved his hand, and a human figure appeared. More helpers. A member of 9 Darkness Palace nearby was surprised. But some of the other experts completely ignored Zhao Wan after seeing that he was only at the early stages of the Mystic Light Realm. Myriad Forms World of Wind Lightning. Zhao Wan's left eye changed the elements of nature. Endless elements of wind and lightning filled heaven and earth. This is the ability of the eyes of myriad forms. The Grand Elder of the Black Wicked Cult shook as he looked at Zhao Wan's eyes. How is this possible? Who is this person? I've never seen him before. The elders of 9 Darkness Palace and the other forces were stunned. However, right at this moment, Another surge of majestic demonic Tao power appeared from the other side. Zhao Feng, I will cut your body into 10,000 pieces and burn your soul. Demigod Dark Ocean felt humiliated and enraged, and he roared toward the sky as limitless demonic Tao sacred power appeared from his body. This power contained small amounts of divine power as well. Hu. Heaven and earth started to dim as if the world had become a hell of darkness. Boom. Endless demonic power gathered around Demigod Dark Ocean. The elders of Nine Darkness Palace and the other forces all shook. They felt an endless pressure on their bodies, and they quickly avoided Demigod Dark Ocean. When a demigod expert used all their power, it was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Normal sacred lords didn't even dare to approach them. Demigod Dark Ocean unleashed the projection of his little world and circulated the Nine Darkness secret technique as he waved the substandard god weapon in his hand. Wang. 5 black vine-like flames slashed toward Zhao Feng with lightning-quick speed. Let me see if you even have the ability to do it. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he faced the enraged Demigod Dark Ocean with no fear. 5 black vine-like flames slashed toward Zhao Feng with lightning-quick speed. Demigod Dark Ocean used this attack with the buff of his little world and the help of his substandard god weapon. No one weaker than a demigod could survive. Demigod Dark Ocean is completely enraged. Zhao Feng will die against such a powerful move, even if he has a defensive substandard god item. At the end of the day, a sacred lord is still a sacred lord. It's impossible for them to fight back against a demigod. The other experts relaxed after seeing Demigod Dark Ocean release such a terrifying attack. From the looks of it, Demigod Dark Ocean had only been injured by Zhao Feng because he underestimated the opponent. How could a late-stage sacred lord truly stop a demigod when they used their full strength? You still have time to look elsewhere? Zhao Wan snickered coldly. He obviously knew Zhao Feng's strength, so he wasn't worried. Wind lightning explosion. Zhao Wan controlled the power of wind lightning in heaven and earth and condensed it into his hand, then released a tornado of wind lightning toward the enemies. What terrifying power! Don't underestimate this early-stage sacred lord. The experts only realized that the owner of the Eyes of Myriad Forms wasn't a simple opponent when Zhao Wan took action. Although Kuan Yun, Nan Gongsheng, and Zhao Yufei were worried for Zhao Feng, they started to relax after seeing that Zhao Wan didn't show any signs of being impatient. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he faced Demigod Dark Ocean's powerful attack and circulated the power of the god blood in his index finger. This time, he completely released the bloodline power in his finger. A terrifying ancient bloodline divine power radiated from Zhao Feng's finger. At the same time, Zhao Feng's little world of wind lightning and the physical force lightning domain merged into his move. Earth-destroying finger. Zhao Feng's finger released an extremely powerful surge of wind lightning that shot forward with absolute power. Boom! Wang. A storm of limitless scarlet golden lightning shot out like a pole of heaven. Boom! Pong! The color of heaven and earth changed. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed as a storm of destruction swept out. This aura. It's the aura of an ancient bloodline and divine power. Demigod Dark Ocean's expression changed dramatically as he felt the power of the explosion. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a scarlet golden light flashed in the center of the explosion. Shoo! In just an instant, the scarlet golden light pierced through Demigod Dark Ocean's chest. Another small hole appeared in Demigod Dark Ocean's chest, and black blood started to ooze out. It's that move again. Demigod Dark Ocean's expression was ugly. While Nine Darkness Palace had the advantage right now and would definitely be able to obtain victory in the end, there was one uncontrollable aspect present, and that was Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng had another hidden card, then the tide could be turned. Sacred King Wicked Sky. Attract one of them away and kill them. Demigod Dark Ocean's expression remained the same as he messaged Sacred King Wicked Sky. Understood, Grand Elder. Sacred King Wicked Sky's expression turned to surprise. He knew what the Grand Elder was truly thinking and became nervous. So Nine Darkness Palace only has such little skill. A voice of mockery sounded in Sacred King Wicked Sky's soul. But Sacred King Wicked Sky didn't dare to retort. Slowly but steadily, a group of upper echelon of 9 Darkness Palace started to move away. Where do you think you're running to? Purple light flashed around Zhao Yufei. She was like a goddess of ice and crystal as she chased after them with a strong surge of heaven-earth yuan qi. Looks like the Duanmu family has felt too relaxed recently. Was the lesson that 9 Darkness Palace gave them not enough? Sacred King Wicked Sky mocked coldly as he secretly interacted with the other members of 9 Darkness Palace to set up their plan. 9 Darkness Palace will be removed from the continent today. Zhao Yufei's expression was cold as she released several purple and gold beams of light. Zhao Feng had already told them the final aim of this mission: to finish off 9 Darkness Palace. Zhao Yufei decided to participate because she wouldn't be scared of dragging the Duanmu family down with her if 9 Darkness Palace was completely destroyed. The 5 battles around the 9 Darkness mountain range shook heaven and earth. Kuan Yun, Nan Gongsheng, and Zhao Wan were all busy trying to handle the enemies in front of them and didn't realize that Zhao Yufei was getting further away from them. Wind Lightning Eye Flame, Sky Penetrating Finger. Zhao Feng was very serious and used his various soul eye bloodline techniques and offensive skills. He was able to suppress Demigod Dark Ocean at this moment. Damn it! This brat's eye bloodline techniques are too strong. Demigod Dark Ocean had an ugly expression as he cursed in his heart. Zhao Feng kept on using eye bloodline technique to disrupt him and then using the Sky Penetrating Finger. The Sky Penetrating Finger was very fast, and he would be hit if he wasn't careful. At this moment, there were about 10 small holes in Demigod Dark Ocean's body. On top of that, even Demigod Dark Ocean wasn't able to recover from the damage caused by the Sky Penetrating Finger within a short amount of time. Zhao Feng had also activated the Perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline and would occasionally close in on Demigod Dark Ocean to suck away his energy and essence. Something's wrong. Demigod Dark Ocean doesn't seem to have any intention of defeating me, and he's switched from attacking to defending. Zhao Feng felt that something was amiss. Even though the battle power he was currently displaying was very strong, the opponent was a demigod. Why would the latter drag out a fight with him? Not good. Yufei. Zhao Feng's expression turned to shock. At this moment, Zhao Yufei and several members of 9 Darkness Palace had left 9 Darkness Palace's territory. Even though Zhao Feng realized that something was wrong, he couldn't rush over immediately. Once he went to save Zhao Yufei, Demigod Dark Ocean would definitely defeat Nan Gongsheng, Kuan Yun, and Zhao Wan. At that point, Zhao Feng would definitely lose. It's too late now. Demigod Dark Ocean laughed coldly. From his point of view, Zhao Yufei was already dead, and Zhao Feng and company wouldn't be able to escape. If that's the case, then I'll just kill you first. Zhao Feng's momentum changed dramatically as he released a piercing killing intent. Zhao Yufei's spiritual race bloodline allowed her to have strong offense and defense. Even if the upper echelon members of 9 Darkness Palace had special techniques, Zhao Yufei should be able to last a while, so Zhao Feng needed to kill Demigod Dark Ocean before then. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Countless white lightning bolts flashed in Zhao Feng's left eye as a destructive soul intent started to flow. Boom! Whoosh! A ball of blazing god tribulation lightning symbols that contained a terrifying soul aura landed on Demigod Dark Ocean's soul. Arg! Demigod Dark Ocean screamed. He felt as if his soul was about to be ripped apart. Whoosh! The wings behind Zhao Feng's back flashed as he quickly approached Demigod Dark Ocean. Earth-destroying finger. At such a close range, Zhao Feng circulated the bloodline divine power within his index finger without hesitation. Boom! Pong! Limitless wind lightning shot out from his finger and engulfed Demigod Dark Ocean. Demigod Dark Ocean, who was still in pain from the tribulation lighting eye flame, was bombarded by fire of wind lightning and a supreme bloodline divine power. God Eye Disintegration. Zhao Feng then used his ultimate eye bloodline technique. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with a unique purple and gold light as layers of transparent golden light spread through the air. This light instantly passed through Demigod Dark Ocean thousands of times as it analyzed the structure of his body. Everything in Zhao Feng's sight started disappearing. When Demigod Dark Ocean regained his consciousness, he realized that his body, soul, sacred power, and even his divine power were slowly fading away. His strength was also decreasing. The area around him had become completely empty. Everything was fading away. Demigod Dark Ocean's expression changed, and he prepared to take action to stop Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique, but a silver-gray light suddenly flashed behind him. Ding! Bam! The little thieving cat slammed a spade against Demigod Dark Ocean's head. At the same time, the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly flew out of the little thieving cat's mouth and quickly released some silk and some dream pollen. Demigod Dark Ocean felt his head become dizzy, and he momentarily lost control of his body. Zhao Feng continued to use the God Eye disintegration at full force to weaken Demigod Dark Ocean. Not good. Demigod Dark Ocean felt a danger that he had never felt before and finally realized that something was amiss. He had overestimated himself. It was very likely that Zhao Feng might kill him. In the battle before, Zhao Feng had continuously injured him and sucked away part of his energy and essence. With the use of the God Eye disintegration, Demigod Dark Ocean's overall strength dropped by another 20%. Go die! Seeing that Demigod Dark Ocean had completely awakened now, Zhao Feng stopped the God Eye disintegration. Wind Lightning Eye Flame. A ball of purple and gold fire landed in Demigod Dark Ocean's face. At this moment, his resistance to Zhao Feng's soul eye bloodline techniques was even weaker now that his soul had been weakened. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng didn't give Demigod Dark Ocean any chance to breath as he used the last of his God Tribulation Lightning. Boom! A ball of twisting and burning God Tribulation lightning symbols exploded against Demigod Dark Ocean's soul. Arg! Demigod Dark Ocean's soul was bombarded by such a terrifying technique once more. Demigod Dark Ocean had been continuously damaged by Zhao Feng ever since the last Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame and hadn't been able to fight back at all. Zhao Feng, the person you love will soon die. Demigod Dark Ocean's face was pale white, and his aura was extremely weak, but he revealed a cold smile as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Demigod Dark Ocean wasn't Zhao Feng's match, and it would be difficult for him to even escape from Zhao Feng. So Demigod Dark Ocean tried to use other topics to distract Zhao Feng. 9 Darkness Palace dares to work together with the non-humans? Zhao Feng's gaze saw through 10,000 miles and landed on Sacred King Wicked Sky, who was fighting against Zhao Yufei. Sacred King Wicked Sky's body glittered with a demonic light and radiated a terrifying divine pressure. No one else knew how Sacred King Wicked Sky's battle power suddenly became so much stronger. Only Zhao Feng's left eye was able to see through Sacred King Wicked Sky's body and notice a non-human figure within his little world. Die! Sacred King Wicked Sky grabbed forward, and a wisp of divine power and black demonic light turned into a black spear. At the critical moment, Zhao Yufei had to use her bloodline. Her skin started to flash as she looked like a goddess made out of jade and ice. Ding! Bam! The black spear stabbed through Zhao Yufei's body, and sparks flew in the air. Wang! The gap in Zhao Yufei's flawless crystal body started to recover. Boom! The color on Zhao Yufei's face drained as she pressed a hand on her chest and spat out a mouthful of purple and gold blood. Even though the bloodline of the spiritual race was very strong, it couldn't stop the attack from a demigod. Ha ha ha! The owner of ancient spiritual race bloodline will be killed by me. Sacred King Wicked Sky was surprised before revealing a crazy and excited expression. He waved his hand, and the power of the demonic Tao gathered once more into several more blazing black spears. Demigod Dark Ocean. I didn't think that you would collaborate with non-humans. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that a non-human demigod would appear here. Anything can be done for the final victory. Seeing that Zhao Feng's gaze was attracted by the other fight, Demigod Dark Ocean laughed coldly and quickly retreated. You wanna run? Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he locked onto Demigod Dark Ocean and released an icy killing intent across the air. A dark purple mist suddenly spread across Zhao Feng's back and swept out in every direction, covering Demigod Dark Ocean. What? Demigod Dark Ocean paused for a moment. At this time, Zhao Feng managed to stay calm enough to attack him without worrying about Zhao Yufei. However, Demigod Dark Ocean became completely dazed after looking toward Sacred King Wicked Sky. A golden eye of heaven appeared above Sacred King Wicked Sky, and it seemed ingrained within heaven and earth as it gazed down coldly with profound golden light. Sacred King Wicked Sky was about to attack when he felt a pressure bear down on him, and his soul started to tremble. Sacred King Wicked Sky swept his divine sense around, then turned toward the eye of heaven looking down at him. What's going on? This is... Sacred King Wicked Sky's body shook as his soul was completely suppressed. The non-human demigod within Sacred King Wicked Sky's body had only loaned his power to Sacred King Wicked Sky. The main ruler of this body was still Sacred King Wicked Sky. Sacred King Wicked Sky's soul was completely suppressed by Zhao Feng's Eye of Heaven, and he was unable to even think about fighting back. Yufei, go! Zhao Feng tried to win some time for Zhao Yufei, but she just stood completely still as if she had no reaction at all. Humph! Useless idiot! The non-human demigod within Sacred King Wicked Sky's little world snickered coldly as he released a powerful surge of soul intent. Boom! A demigod-level soul intent instantly spread. The non-human demigod suppressed Sacred King Wicked Sky's soul, who momentarily lost control of his body. The black spears in the air were instantly controlled by the non-human demigod. Owner of the spiritual race bloodline, die! An evil and wicked voice sounded from within Sacred King Wicked Sky's body. However, right at this instant, the Eye of Heaven gazing down at Sacred King Wicked Sky released a strong surge of eye intent that shook the earth. An endless purple and gold whirlpool that was connected to an endless purple maze of illusions instantly extended from the Eye of Heaven. A forbidden power covered Sacred King Wicked Sky's soul and started absorbing it. This forbidden power seemed to be the power of a god. No one could stop it. The non-human demigod who was about to take action was completely stopped by this forbidden power and became unable to move. How is this possible? This brat's eye technique. The non-human demigod's expression turned to shock as his heart started to tremble. The Eye of Heaven in the sky was restricting his soul and Sacred King Wicked Sky's soul at the same time. How could a measly late-stage Sacred Lord be able to restrict the souls of two people at their level simultaneously? However, what he didn't know was that, when Zhao Feng used his eye bloodline techniques through the Eye of Heaven, they were even stronger. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was currently utilizing the power of his little world of illusions, so his soul eye bloodline techniques were buffed by his little world as well. At this moment, Zhao Feng wasn't using his gaze of the God Eye to suck away both of their souls. He was only restraining their souls, so the power was more focused. The experts of Nine Darkness Palace and the various other forces currently in the Nine Darkness Mountain Range were completely stunned as they looked at this scene in shock. They obviously understood that Sacred King Wicked Sky was hiding a demigod expert in his body, but what they couldn't comprehend was that Zhao Feng was stalling two demigods by himself. Demigod Dark Ocean was currently very weak, and his soul was being confused by Zhao Feng's little world of illusions. Adding on the little thieving cat and the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly disrupting him as well, and Demigod Dark Ocean couldn't break through the power of the little world of illusions. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away, the unknown demigod expert within Sacred King Wicked Sky's body was restrained by one of Zhao Feng's incredulous eye bloodline techniques. At this moment, the experts present were unable to calm the waves raging through their hearts as they stared at Zhao Feng. Damn it! Why did it turn out like this? The non-human demigod within Sacred King Wicked Sky's body struggled, but he was unable to break out of the restricting force. However, right at this moment, another unexpected thing happened. Zhao Yufei suddenly released a strong surge of divine power. Wang Wang. The faint outline of a diamond-shaped crystal could be faintly seen on Zhao Yufei's forehead. Zhao Yufei had obtained this diamond-shaped crystal in the head of the god corpse. She didn't know how to use its power before, but in the critical stages of life and death just now, this diamond-shaped crystal connected to her bloodline. Hua! A dazzling purple and gold light radiated from Zhao Yufei's body. All the Yuan Qi within several dozen thousand miles gathered toward Zhao Yufei as if it was bowing to a god. This scene stunned everyone once more. Could her spiritual race bloodline have awakened even more? The non-human demigod's heart shook as he felt the strong bloodline aura coming from Zhao Yufei's body. Zhao Yufei suddenly opened her eyes, and a terrifying divine power crushed towards Sacred King, Wicked Sky in front of her. Who? Zhao Yufei waved her hand, and an invisible surge of power shot towards Sacred King, Wicked Sky. Crack. Wang. The mystic light sacred power within Sacred King Wicked Sky's body immediately stopped circulating and started to freeze. Sacred King Wicked Sky's body then started to become frozen in Yuan Qi. Yufei's bloodline power has awakened even further. Zhao Feng felt this stunning surge of ancient bloodline power and was overjoyed. He had inspected Zhao Yufei and found out what was happening to her. So he used his full power to restrict the enemies to stop them from affecting Zhao Yufei. Boom! Pong! As a layer of crystalline Yuan Qi covered Sacred King Wicked Sky, a figure suddenly jumped out from his body. Whoosh! The dark gray figure turned into a dark streak of light and instantly flashed forward by several thousand miles, disappearing into the sky. That was a non-human demigod. The members of the various 3-star powers around Nine Darkness Palace said in shock. Nine Darkness Palace dared to collaborate with the non-humans? Sacred King Earth Ghost's expression was extremely grim. It would have been fine if that non-human demigod hadn't been exposed. But because of Zhao Feng, he was. This meant that it was basically over for Nine Darkness Palace. Humph! Demigod Dark Ocean. Nine Darkness Palace shall be removed from the Great Gone Lord dynasty today. Zhao Feng looked at Demigod Dark Ocean, who was still in the purple and gold maze, and snickered coldly after Yufei's dangerous situation was resolved. Demigod Dark Ocean's heart shook. When Zhao Feng used the Eye of Heaven, Demigod Dark Ocean felt that something bad was going to happen. Now that the non-human demigod had been exposed, Nine Darkness Palace would be unable to escape the consequences. If Nine Darkness Palace had managed to kill Zhao Feng, they could use Sacred King Wicked Sky as a scapegoat and give the secret technique in Zhao Feng's hands to the Grand Imperial Hall in order to escape. However, Nine Darkness Palace had lost all momentum, and none of the other forces would dare to help Nine Darkness Palace after realizing that they had collaborated with the non-humans. It was completely over for Nine Darkness Palace. Then let us die together, Zhao Feng. Demigod Dark Ocean revealed a deadly look as he locked his eyes onto Zhao Feng with limitless hatred. A critical sense of danger started to radiate from Demigod Dark Ocean's body. Not good. I'm too close to him. Zhao Feng felt that something was amiss. Due to the proximity to Demigod Dark Ocean, he probably wouldn't be able to avoid the power of Demigod Dark Ocean's self-destruction. Shwa! A black triangular piece of metal appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Green and gold lights suddenly started to flash around it. Wang! Boom! All the power within Demigod Dark Ocean's body instantly exploded. A terrifying destructive power of heaven and earth swept out. All of Nine Darkness Palace was completely destroyed by the blast of power from Demigod Dark Ocean. Many upper echelon members of Nine Darkness Palace and the other 3-star forces were unable to run away and were killed by this destructive force. A demigod of Nine Darkness Palace actually ended up like this? You can only blame that he worked with the non-humans. The other 3-star forces immediately distanced themselves from Nine Darkness Palace. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng was too close to Demigod Dark Ocean. It's impossible for him to dodge a demigod's self-destruction. The elder of a 3-star power sighed in a fake tone, but his expression froze the next instant and turned completely white as he looked toward the center of the explosion. As the dust started to fall, Zhao Feng was revealed in the center of the explosion. There were no injuries on him. How is this possible? He's still perfectly fine? That was the self-destruction of a demigod. Everyone, including Kuan Yun and Nan Gongsheng, looked at Zhao Feng in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Zhao Feng had a casual expression. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a divine weapon, he would have been injured even if he tried to retreat at full speed. From today onward, the Great Gone Lord dynasty shall have a Nine Darkness Palace no more. Zhao Feng floated in the air like a god as his voice resounded across heaven and earth. Those still alive were stunned and looked at Zhao Feng in a daze. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If those from Nine Darkness Palace don't surrender, they shall be killed. Zhao Feng then looked down and scanned over the people present with sharp eyes. Plop! Some of the surviving members of Nine Darkness Palace immediately knelt to the ground. Nan Gongsheng, Kuan Yun, and Zhao Yufei looked at Zhao Feng and revealed a faint smile. The other three-star powers stood completely still. It seemed like, if Zhao Feng didn't speak, they wouldn't dare to move. Right at this moment, several golden beams of light appeared in the sky far away. At the very front was Sacred King Feather Spirit. He focused and scanned his divine sense across the Nine Darkness mountain range. They were here to attend Demigod Dark Ocean's secret gathering, but from the looks of it, the battle between the Hall of Gods and Nine Darkness Palace had already started. On top of that, there were only a few members of Nine Darkness Palace present, and Demigod Dark Ocean was nowhere to be found. Sacred King Feather Spirit's brain shook. Could Nine Darkness Palace have been defeated by the Hall of Gods? How was this possible? Nine Darkness Palace was a peak 3-star power of the Great Gone Lord dynasty, and they had an extremely deep foundation. Even if they somehow weren't a match for the Hall of Gods, they shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Furthermore, there were many other 3-star powers that had teamed up with Nine Darkness Palace present. Now that Nine Darkness Palace had been defeated, the deal between them and the Grand Imperial Hall was useless. Zhao Feng, you dare to attack Nine Darkness Palace? Sacred King Feather Spirit looked at Zhao Feng and questioned in a cold tone. Zhao Feng, you dare to attack Nine Darkness Palace? Sacred King Feather Spirit looked at Zhao Feng and questioned in a cold tone. And so what if I do? Zhao Feng coldly replied with a calm expression. Sacred King Feather Spirit paused. Zhao Feng's cold and disdainful attitude scared him a little bit. However, although Sacred King Feather Spirit knew that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match, the Grand Imperial Hall was behind him. With a background like this, he didn't need to be scared of Zhao Feng. Now that the two Lord dynasties are continuously fighting and might start a war again at any moment, the Hall of Gods destroyed a peak 3-star power of the Great Gone Lord dynasty. Do you have some hidden intentions? Sacred King Feather Spirit's expression was cold as he questioned. Now that Nine Darkness Palace had been destroyed, the Grand Imperial Hall had to put some blame on the Hall of Gods in order to obtain the secret technique in Zhao Feng's hands. If Zhao Feng dared to fight back, the Grand Imperial Hall would be able to rightfully take action. It seems Sacred King Feather Spirit doesn't know what's happening. The one with hidden intentions was Nine Darkness Palace. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. What do you mean? Sacred King Feather Spirit revealed a puzzled look. When we attacked Nine Darkness Palace, we found that there was a non-human demigod hiding inside the little world of a Nine Darkness Palace elder. Everyone present can prove this, Zhao Feng said with a faint smile. Sacred King Feather Spirit, I can vouch for this. I didn't think that Nine Darkness Palace would collaborate with the non-humans. Our eyes were blind to not see Nine Darkness Palace clearly. Some of the forces immediately distanced themselves from Nine Darkness Palace and spoke righteously. A non-human demigod infiltrating the Great Gone Lord dynasty wasn't a small matter. Besides, too many people had witnessed this. They had to admit it even if they didn't want to. This? Sacred King Feather Spirit was dazed for a moment. He never would have imagined that Nine Darkness Palace would collaborate with the non-humans. This meant that Nine Darkness Palace should indeed have been destroyed. Instead of blaming the Hall of Gods for destroying such a force, the Grand Imperial Hall needed to reward them instead. Why is Sacred King Feather Spirit here anyway? Zhao Feng asked with a playful smile. I was coincidentally passing through. Sacred King Feather Spirit was instantly scared. I need to report this to the Grand Imperial Hall as quickly as possible, Sacred King Feather Spirit said before leading the other members of the Grand Imperial Hall and immediately leaving. The Grand Imperial Hall needs to catch the demigod that has infiltrated the Great Gone Lord dynasty. Zhao Feng's voice entered Sacred King Feather Spirit's ear before he left. Zhao Feng. Sacred King Feather Spirit gritted his teeth. He had to return with nothing this time as well. The atmosphere tensed once more after the members of the Grand Imperial Hall left. The members of the various forces looked at Zhao Feng and tried to please him. All of you collaborated with Nine Darkness Palace, but Nine Darkness Palace was working together with the non-humans. In order to wash away your own suspicions, the only path you have left is to become a subordinate force of the Hall of Gods. Zhao Feng gazed down with a serious expression and spoke in a decisive tone. There was no room for disagreement. The three-star powers became silent. They didn't think that Zhao Feng would be so forceful even after destroying Nine Darkness Palace. He was threatening almost 20 three-star powers at once, including super three-star forces such as the Jiang family and the Dong family of the 8 major families. There was nothing wrong with becoming a subordinate force of such a strong three-star power. The problem was that there was quite a big feud between the Hall of Gods and the Grand Imperial Hall. If you don't agree, then the Hall of Gods will just have to visit you one by one. Zhao Feng's cold voice sounded once more, and everyone's heart jumped. Even Demigod Dark Ocean had to self-destruct after 4 people from the Hall of Gods came to visit Nine Darkness Palace. Small forces like theirs wouldn't be able to withstand a visit from Zhao Feng and company. The Mountain Ocean clan is willing to be the Hall of Gods' subordinate force. At this moment, the Grand Elder of a normal 3-star force spoke. The Earth Fire Sect is willing to become the Hall of God's subordinate force. Another voice sounded. The forces that first bowed to the Hall of Gods were normal 3-star powers. After witnessing Zhao Feng's strength and the outcome of Nine Darkness Palace, they didn't dare to disagree. The Earth Demon Cult is willing to work with the Hall of Gods. Sacred King Earth Ghost's voice sounded at this moment. The other big forces were stunned. They didn't expect Sacred King Earth Ghost to bow to Zhao Feng so easily. However, the reason was very simple. Sacred King Earth Ghost was terrified of Zhao Feng. In the God Corps, Sacred King Earth Ghost had teamed up with Sacred King Feather Spirit and company to chase after Zhao Feng, and he helped Nine Darkness Palace deal with Zhao Feng as well. At this time, Sacred King Earth Ghost's heart was still suspended in midair, scared that Zhao Feng would trouble him. Seeing that Sacred King Earth Ghost bowed to Zhao Feng as well, the other forces all consented to Zhao Feng's suggestion. Let's go! Zhao Feng flew toward Nangongshan, Zhao Yufei, Kuan Yun, and Zhao Wan, then waved the misty spatial world and disappeared. A little more than a dozen days later, the members of the Hall of Gods near Nine Darkness Palace took over the Nine Darkness mountain range and built a subdivision of the Hall of Gods there. The ruler of this subdivision was the Darkness Ghost clan, who used to be one of the biggest subordinate forces of Nine Darkness Palace. The news of Nine Darkness Palace being destroyed also spread across the Great Gone Lord dynasty. A total of 5 people had crushed Nine Darkness Palace and more than a dozen 3-star forces. Demigod Dark Ocean of Nine Darkness Palace wasn't a match for Zhao Feng and had to self-destruct but still wasn't able to kill Zhao Feng. This shocked the entire Great Gone Lord dynasty and became another hot topic of discussion alongside the war and the God Corps. The strength of the Hall of Gods' upper echelon shocked the world. After taking over Nine Darkness Palace and more than a dozen 3-star powers, the Hall of Gods expanded rapidly. More and more forces of the Great Gone Lord dynasty, such as the Tai family, the Ji family, and Black Screen Corner offered to team up with the Hall of Gods. The Hall of Gods was now the number 1 power below 4-star forces. It was an enormous power that could be compared to the Grand Imperial Hall and Sky Suspension Palace. 3 months later, the demigod that had infiltrated the Great Gone Lord dynasty was killed by many experts led by the Grand Imperial Hall. In Gone Province, in the Grand Imperial Hall, the atmosphere was very tense within a large green and gold hall. The momentum of the Hall of Gods is set. If Zhao Feng becomes a demigod in the next several millennia, another 4-star power will be born, an old sacred king side. In reality, the current magnitude of the Hall of Gods was already comparable to the Grand Imperial Hall and Sky Suspension Palace. They just didn't have any demigod experts. Zhao Feng definitely has the secret technique that Sacred King Samsara had. The Hall of Gods will definitely fight against the Grand Imperial Hall in the future for control over the Great Gone Lord dynasty. Demigod Taichi's expression was very grim as he spoke. After saying this, the hall became silent once more. The upper echelon of the Grand Imperial Hall had been severely injured in the fight against the true god, and the demigods of the Grand Imperial Hall had to personally go out because of the non-human demigod infiltrator. This caused them to waste time. No demigod of the Grand Imperial Hall was at their peak right now. Apparently, in the fight between the Hall of Gods and Nine Darkness Palace, Zhao Feng had suppressed Demigod Dark Ocean and a non-human demigod by himself. Even if Demigod Dark Ocean and the non-human demigod hadn't fully recovered from the God Corpse battle, Zhao Feng's display was incredulous. This meant that, even if the Grand Imperial Hall found an excuse to take the technique, they would need to send out at least 3 demigod experts. This would weaken the Great Gone Lord Dynasty's power even more. If the Dark Moon Lord Dynasty used that chance to attack, the Great Gone Lord Dynasty would be in critical danger. The Grand Imperial Hall needs some time to rest. When the time is ripe, I will personally head out. At this moment, Demigod Dragon Emperor spoke. He was at the very front of the hall, and he was covered in golden dragons made of light. Demigod Dragon Emperor had originally been planning to attempt a breakthrough to the heavenly divine realm after recovering from his injuries, but now he had to delay that plan. Demigod Dragon Emperor would take action personally. The upper echelon members' expressions turned to shock, and they had nothing to say. Back in the Hall of Gods, Zhao Feng had gained a lot of comprehension after fighting against 2 demigod experts head-on. Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to multitask. The first 2 of his thoughts cultivated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and the wind lightning raging finger. If Zhao Feng hadn't had the help of divine power in the fight against Demigod Dark Ocean, his attacks would have found it difficult to damage Demigod Dark Ocean so much. The power of the wind lightning raging finger when used with his index finger was also very stunning. This proved that Zhao Feng's path was correct. The third of his thoughts analyzed the soul-splitting technique. Zhao Feng had successfully cultivated the 2nd level of the soul-splitting technique, but he still had an eye of samsara on him, so he needed to create the 3rd level as quickly as possible and create the 3rd clone when the time was ripe. Zhao Feng then entered the dimension of his left eye and replayed the fight against Demigod Dark Ocean. There was a lot to learn from Demigod Dark Ocean. Zhao Yufei entered seclusion as well. The diamond-shaped crystal that Zhao Yufei had obtained in the God Corpse was extremely mysterious and allowed her spiritual race bloodline to awaken a step further. She also seemed to have obtained other benefits that needed time to digest. Nan Gongshang and Kuan Yun both seemed to be preparing to break through to the heavenly divine realm. From the beginning of time, countless mystic light realm experts had been stopped by this barrier and weren't even able to touch the border of godhood. Countless demigods had made no progress for dozens of millennia and were unable to break through. Even though Kuan Yun had experience of trying to break through to the heavenly divine realm, he needed to make preparations and give it his all. A year later, a strong surge of ancient aura appeared in the misty spatial world that woke up Zhao Feng from seclusion. A rainbow-colored mystic light sacred power surrounded Zhao Wan and changed the power of nature within the misty spatial world. His cultivation and soul intent have both reached the late stages of the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng revealed a stunned expression. He didn't expect Zhao Wan to progress so quickly that he would catch up to himself already. From the looks of it, I underestimated this body. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. Zhao Wan's body was created by the blood god crystal and many rare materials from within the god corpse. Zhao Feng had even merged some of the power from the god blood into it. Although Zhao Wan didn't have the bloodline of the giant god race, his bloodline could be considered slightly related to it. At the same time, Zhao Feng's thoughts turned toward Zhao Wang. Zhao Wang had taken control of the remaining forces of 9 Darkness Palace, and he had used the resources of 9 Darkness Palace and some unique secret realms to become a sacred lord. Both clones have completely matured now. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Right at this moment, Bai Qingyue's voice sounded through the dark heart seal. Master, there's some intel on the traces of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Master, there's some intel on the traces of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Bai Qingyue sent a message through the dark heart seal. Zhao Feng's expression turned to shock. There was finally news of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon after such a long time. However, Zhao Feng didn't insist on the intel being reliable for this matter, or else the Grand Imperial Hall's information agency would have already known this as well. It was impossible for the Grand Imperial Hall to leave the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon alone. If they found traces of it, they would try to kill it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon seems to have passed through the coast, Bai Qingyue said. The Hall of Gods originated from the coastal region, so almost every inch of land around there was under the control of the Hall of Gods. The information agencies of Black Screen Corner and the Imperial Skynet would find it hard to enter. The coast. Zhao Feng's heart jumped as his eyes focused. Master, we're not very sure of this intel. After all, the cultivation of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon is too high, and normal people can't even sense its existence. Bai Qingyue continued. There were strict requirements on the truthfulness of intel. Bai Qingyue didn't dare to report anything that was fake to Zhao Feng, but Zhao Feng had told her many times about this issue. So Bai Qingyue told this unconfirmed intel to Zhao Feng. Near the coast, could it be? Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had teamed up with Bai Lin for one reason, Zhao Feng. However, since Zhao Feng's name in the Great Gone Lord dynasty recently had been too bright, and he always stayed in the Hall of Gods, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would definitely not dare to come trouble Zhao Feng. However, with Bai Lin's help, they would definitely try to find a breakthrough point where he could be killed. It wasn't hard for the Eye of Destiny to find Lu Qinyin. Therefore, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would definitely want to capture Lu Qinyin and use her to threaten Zhao Feng. If Lu Qinyin returned to her hometown, doesn't that mean that the Azure Flower continent is facing disaster? Zhao Feng's heart shook, and he was unable to calm down. According to Zhao Feng's guesses, it was very likely that Lu Qinyin had returned to the Azure Flower continent. This meant that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would also head there with Bai Lin's guidance. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Bai Lin. Deadliness flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. Zhao Feng had never mentioned his birthplace after leaving the Azure Flower continent because the Azure Flower continent was too low-leveled. Any random emperor from the Tsang Ocean or the continent zone could completely destroy it. Bai Qingyue, when was this reported? Zhao Feng immediately asked. 10 days ago, Bai Qingyue replied. I might still be able to stop the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Zhao Feng started to think. If the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had only passed the edge of the coast half a month ago, it wouldn't be hard for Zhao Feng to catch up. The only issue was that he didn't know which route the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would take to head back to the Tsang Ocean. It will be okay as long as I reach the Azure Flower continent before the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Zhao Feng suddenly stood up as a fierce light shot out from his eyes. It's time to go back to the Azure Flower continent, Zhao Feng murmured. If he reached the heavenly divine realm in the future and entered the ancient desolate realm of gods, he might not be able to return to the Azure Flower continent ever again. Zhao Feng then gave some orders to Bai Qingyue. I'll leave the 5 disciples of the Tai family to you as well. Zhao Feng had prepared some pills and gave them to Bai Qingyue. I wonder if Yufei wants to return to the Azure Flower continent. After all, that was also Zhao Yufei's hometown. Zhao Feng's divine sense scanned over where Zhao Yufei was in seclusion, but she seemed to be at a critical stage and had no response to what was happening in the outside world. Since that was the case, Zhao Feng decided to go alone. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his left arm and disappeared amongst a flash of silver light. The next instant, Zhao Feng had already left Yu province where the Hall of Gods was located. However, even with the misty spatial world, Zhao Feng could only reach the Ocean Smoke Pavilion at most. Eventually, Zhao Feng spread his scarlet wings of lightning and flew across the limitless ocean. Zhao Feng soon reached the Nanlin Sea. With Zhao Feng's current speed, he was able to travel 10,000 miles in a flash in the limitless ocean. Of course, Zhao Feng mainly relied on the Void Ocean spiritual palaces spread out across the limitless ocean and used their teleportation arrays. With Zhao Feng's current cultivation, just a wisp of his aura would scare the palace lords of the Void Ocean spiritual palaces witless, and they would personally greet Zhao Feng and help him use their teleportation array. Zhao Feng also left behind a bunch of spatial markings with the misty spatial world on the way so he could return more quickly. Several dozen days later, Zhao Feng appeared at one of the Void Ocean spiritual palaces on the edge of the floating dream spiritual zone. Zhao Feng's God's spiritual. I suddenly sensed something. Master, you're here? Old Monster Su's joyful voice sounded. Zhao Feng sensed that Old Monster Su was close to the floating dream spiritual zone. Lu Qinyin didn't return to the Azure Flower continent? Zhao Feng asked. She arrived here half a year ago, entered the inheritance of Sky Qin's sacred palace, and never came back out. Old Monster Su told everything to Zhao Feng. What? Zhao Feng was surprised. Lu Qinxin died on the 49th floor of the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace in her past life. Lu Qinyin had entered the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace as well? Zhao Feng finally understood what Lu Qinyin meant by the end of her dreams. It was the end of her memories, in the memories of her past life. She had died in the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. Zhao Feng was truly worried about whether or not Lu Qinyin could successfully pass the 49th floor. Zhao Feng had entered the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace himself, so he knew how difficult it was. Damn it! Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly remembered something. If the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's final target was the Azure Flower continent, then Zhao Feng would definitely be able to arrive before the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. But that might not be the case if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's target was Sky Qin's sacred palace. Old Monster Su, conceal your aura, and at the critical moment, Zhao Feng immediately messaged Old Monster Su. Whoosh! Wang. Thinking up to there, the wings of wind and lightning behind Zhao Feng released a dazzling beam of light. Lightning wings spatial flash. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure merged into the air and disappeared. In the Sky Qin zone, a male covered in black dragon scales floated in the air. The person I want to find is here? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed a deadly smile on its cold face. There seems to be a unique power blocking the place where the person is located. Bai Lin's voice sounded from within the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. What? You're saying that you can't locate the position of that person? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was enraged. The aura of the ancient era? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon suddenly sensed something and scanned over with its divine sense. Its divine sense passed through Sky Qin's sacred palace and swept toward a deep abyss. The image of an ancient mysterious palace then surfaced in its mind. The palace was extremely magnificent and had a total of 49 floors. It was surrounded in a dreamy rainbow-colored light and radiated a thick ancient aura. Even the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was unable to see through the structure of this building. That should be the place. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon sent the image of this building to Bai Lin. The only place that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't understand in the Sky Qin zone was the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. That might be the place, Bai Lin said in a low tone. Sky Qin's sacred palace was calm, and the peaceful sound of Qin's could be heard. However, a terrifying intent suddenly descended. Every living being within 10,000 miles of Sky Qin's sacred palace felt their bodies turn cold, and they knelt to the ground as this majestic force that seemed to rule over heaven and earth covered them. Even the palace master of Sky Qin's sacred palace, a void god realm emperor, knelt to the ground and was unable to move. Master! Li Shui next to the palace master shook. Whoosh! The next instant, a figure appeared above Sky Qin's sacred palace. May I know why Senior has come to Sky Qin's sacred palace? The Sky Qin palace master croaked out. She could feel that this person only needed one thought to destroy the entire Sky Qin sacred palace. She couldn't imagine what kind of powerful being this male was. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't bother with the Sky Qin palace master and arrived before the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace in a flash. Could this person be related to the female from before? The Sky Qin palace master revealed a bitter and helpless expression. Half a year ago, a peerless beauty had come to Sky Qin's sacred palace, defeated everyone, and managed to enter the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace without the use of a token. This non-human male had definitely come to find her. I can't open it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression changed slightly as it stood before the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. The The power of its intent could destroy the entire Sky Qin sacred palace in an instant, but it was unable to open the doors to this palace? Senior. The Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace requires this token to open. The Sky Qin Sacred Palace Master handed over an ancient silver token. Whoosh! The token instantly appeared before the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Wang. The power of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's intent directly entered this token, and the ancient silver token released a brilliant beam of light. Boom! 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 The doors of the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace opened, but the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression fell when it put his divine sense inside. I need to pass through trials? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was full of anger. Wang. Boom! All of heaven and earth shook as all the experts within 10,000 miles felt an explosion ring in their heads, and they immediately spat out blood. With the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's current cultivation, it could obviously tell that this palace tested the Tao of entertainment, but the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon knew nothing about it. It was obviously impossible for it to pass through any trials. If that's the case, then I'll just dig it away. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon moved its intent. Wang. Boom! Boom! The entire Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace instantly started to be pulled out by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Don't! The Sky Qin Palace Master was about to speak, but then she stopped. Even if she dared to, she couldn't offend this senior for the sake of the clan. Right at this moment, another surge of intent appeared at the edge of Sky Qin Sacred Palace. There's a sacred lord here. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed a puzzled look as it swept over with its divine sense. How could there be a sacred lord in such a low-ranked place? There was definitely something fishy. At this moment, Old Monster Su turned into a beam of white light and flew out. Whoosh! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon took the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace and turned into a streak of black light that instantly caught up to Old Monster Su. What's the point of a sacred lord hiding here? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared as limitless intent bound Old Monster Su in midair. The upper echelon members of Sky Qin Sacred Palace revealed stunned expressions as they looked at the scene in the distance. A mystic light realm expert. They are peerless experts that only 3-star forces have. The elders of Sky Qin Sacred Palace exclaimed. Why was there a sacred lord hiding so close to Sky Qin Sacred Palace? But that mystic light realm sacred lord couldn't even fight back against that non-human male. The Sky Qin Palace Master trembled as she took in a cold breath. Li Shui looked at this scene with a trembling heart as well. Several dozen miles away from Sky Qin's Sacred Palace. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, you really don't want to live, do you? How dare you even think of dealing with my master? Old Monster Su, who was completely restricted by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, suddenly started to laugh. What? Your master? Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression turned to shock. At this moment, a golden eye of heaven appeared in the sky. It seemed to be ingrained into heaven and earth, and it flashed with profound golden light as it gazed down coldly. A golden eye of heaven appeared in the sky. It seemed to be ingrained into heaven and earth, and it flashed with profound golden light as it gazed down coldly. Even the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body shook slightly, and it felt a great pressure when it looked at this eye of heaven. Oh my God! That's... All the experts in Sky Qin's Sacred Palace seemed to petrify, and their voices started to tremble. More and more experts in the Sky Qin zone saw the golden eye of heaven, and they were completely shocked and dazed. What kind of existence is that eye? The Sky Qin Palace Master and Li Shui shook. Apart from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, everyone that saw this eye of heaven felt unable to breathe, and their souls started to shake. Master, that non-human expert said Zhao Feng just now. Li Shui's heart moved. Back when Zhao Feng came to the Sky Qin zone, he suppressed all the geniuses of the Sky Qin province in the gathering and forcefully took her away. The memories were still fresh in Li Shui's mind. Impossible. That person is a mystic light realm sacred lord. How can Zhao Feng be his master? The Sky Qin's Sacred Palace Master immediately said, Although the Sky Qin's Sacred Palace master thought well of Zhao Feng's strength and potential, it hadn't even been a dozen years since Zhao Feng left Sky Qin Sacred Palace. How could Zhao Feng have become a sacred lord so quickly, let alone one so powerful that he had another sacred lord as a servant? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression became grim, and it started to message Bai Lin. "Why didn't you tell me that Zhao Feng arrived?" the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon asked. "The legend of Zhao Feng in the Great Gone Lord dynasty recently was too terrifying." The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon only just recovered its cultivation as a demigod and didn't have much hope of killing Zhao Feng directly. "I told you that I can't detect Zhao Feng directly. However, I didn't sense any signs of danger, which means that you can successfully kill Zhao Feng," Bai Lin said after thinking for a while. Under normal situations, if there was danger approaching, her Eye of Destiny would be able to sense it, but there was no such feeling this time. Wang. However, Bai Lin didn't sense that the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace released a mystic power that passed through everything and merged into heaven and earth. "Are you sure it's like that?" The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon paused. It was in half doubt and half belief. If what Bai Lin said was true, then the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon might be able to kill Zhao Feng this time. "Humph. Zhao Feng, you finally left the Hall of Gods, so you will die," the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared as it looked at the Eye of Heaven in the sky with a cold expression. It was originally planning to get rid of Zhao Feng after the Battle of the God Corps, but Zhao Feng just stayed in the Hall of Gods alongside Kuan Yun, Nan Gongsheng, and Zhao Yufei, so there was nothing the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could do. "Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, you're courting death." The golden Eye of Heaven in the sky released a wisp of mental energy and a cold killing intent. "Ridiculous. Back then, even Xianxia couldn't kill me. Many people from both Lord dynasties want to kill me as well, but I'm still alive." The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon couldn't help but snicker. Even if it wasn't a match for Zhao Feng, it would at least be able to escape. "I shall kill your servant first." The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression focused and looked fiercely at Old Monster Su. Could tell that there was still some time before Zhao Feng actually arrived. He was just using an eye bloodline technique to appear here with the help of some sort of mark left behind on Old Monster Su. "Wang. Who?" Heaven and earth shook as destructive black flames surged from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's hands. However, right at this moment, intent surged out from the Eye of Heaven in the sky and flashed with purple and gold flames. "I forgot that this eye can attack as well." The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression was grim as he circulated his soul intent and divine power to defend. The next instant, a giant ball of purple and gold lightning fire landed on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. Boom! Pong! A terrifying soul power exploded in the souls of all experts within 10,000 miles and caused their hearts to tremble. Whoosh! Old Monster Su escaped the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's control and ran in a different direction. "Fuck this eye!" The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a deadly expression as it quickly extinguished the lightning fire on his body and soul. However, some of the damage caused by the power of God Tribulation Lightning couldn't be completely cured. Whoosh! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon turned into a burst of dark black fire and sped through the air after Old Monster Su. Right at this moment, a terrifying surge of wind lightning appeared in the distance, and it caused the sky nearby to darken as it shattered mountains and rivers alike. Boom! Bam! The two figures clashed heavily before they both jumped back. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's left shoulder was slightly bent, but it soon recovered to its original shape in just a moment. On the other side, Zhao Feng also got rid of the black flames of destruction on his body. After 1 year of seclusion, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had improved even more. He had successfully cultivated an immortal sacred lightning body. As long as the injuries didn't reach his foundation, he would be able to quickly recover due to his immortal sacred lightning body's immortal characteristic, similar to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's destruction dragon body. His body! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was surprised. In the clash just now, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could tell that Zhao Feng's body was unusual in its defense, resistance, and recovery speed. All three aspects had reached a terrifying level. Hand over the Fan Luan ancient sound palace, Zhao Feng said with a cold expression. He understood what happened through Old Monster Su. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had the Fan Luan ancient sound palace, and Zhao Feng needed to take it away or else the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would eventually capture Lu Qinyin. Are you joking? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon laughed. It originally wanted to capture someone that it could use to threaten Zhao Feng, but they had hidden themselves in this unique palace. However, what made the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon particularly surprised was that even it, a demigod, couldn't destroy this palace. This meant that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was unable to drag out the person within the palace to threaten Zhao Feng. However, even if that was the case, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wouldn't give the palace to Zhao Feng. Boom! Scarlet-black flames surged from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body as it unleashed a dark and cold dragon breath of destruction. Zhao Feng felt his bloodline tremble slightly as it became suppressed. After all, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a wisp of the Destruction Dragon race bloodline. Who? The black-scaled non-human waved its claws, and a ball of black flames turned into a black dragon that leapt toward Zhao Feng. Boom! Scarlet flames of wind lightning surged from Zhao Feng's body. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng merged his physical force and sacred power together into a palm technique and unleashed its power. Boom! Pong! The two destructive powers of fire exploded across heaven and earth. The hearts of all experts in the Sky Qin zone shook as they felt explosions that caused tremors in heaven and earth. If the battle between these two was just a bit closer to the Sky Qin zone, it would probably destroy the entire island. What kind of experts are they? They can probably destroy the entire Sky Qin zone with a flick of their fingers. Some of the peak emperors in the Sky Qin zone didn't dare to approach and were only able to see some blurry images. Sky-penetrating finger. Zhao Feng's right index finger released an ancient bloodline aura. At the same time, he merged his sacred power of wind lightning into it. Whoosh! A beam of scarlet golden light shot forward with the terrifying power of wind lightning. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was unable to dodge at such close range, and a hole appeared in its chest. This bloodline aura. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression changed slightly. It had ambushed Zhao Feng in the God Corpse before, and Zhao Feng used this terrifying bloodline divine power to push it back. However, it seemed that Zhao Feng had now merged this power into his body and could use it better. Even its destruction dragon body needed time to recover from the damage caused by this power. Bai Lin, you tricked me. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had an ugly expression as it messaged in anger. The strength that Zhao Feng was currently displaying was completely comparable to a demigod, and he had an eye bloodline that even the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was scared of. Even if the situation was good, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would only be able to fight Zhao Feng to a draw. I'm not sure what's going on. My Eye of Destiny still hasn't sensed any danger. Bai Lin didn't really understand what was going on either. Boom! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a gruesome expression as the scarlet-black flames around it rose to another level. Dragon Breath of Destruction. A forbidden destructive aura started to brew within the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. Not good. The laws of destruction. Zhao Feng's expression turned to shock. The laws of destruction were the nemesis of all immortal and undying bodies. The power of God Tribulation Lightning also contained the laws of destruction, but they weren't the pure laws of destruction. Even with Zhao Feng's newly improved body, he would be severely injured if he took this attack head-on. Humph. Since I'm in the Nanlin Sea right now, there's no need for me to hide it. Zhao Feng's expression changed as a triangular piece of metal appeared in his hand. At the same time, countless white bolts of lightning flashed in Zhao Feng's left eye as a destructive intent started to appear. Boom! Boom! A ball of burning God Tribulation lightning symbols thudded against the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul. However, at the same time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon also spat out a ball of forbidden scarlet-black divine flames. Wong! Boom! A giant scarlet-black fireball appeared in heaven and earth like a scarlet-black sun. It radiated a forbidden aura that could destroy everything in the world. Arg! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon started to scream after being attacked by Zhao Feng. After the pain faded away though, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed a smile of mockery. Hee, this brat is a retard. He's not even dodging. Although it had taken a destructive eye bloodline technique from Zhao Feng, his dragon breath of destruction contained even more laws of destruction. However, the next instant, a figure jumped out of the scarlet-black fireball. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately approached the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Sky-penetrating finger. Zhao Feng pointed at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head. Shua! Whoosh! A scarlet golden light radiating an ancient bloodline divine power shot through the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head, alongside a terrifying power of wind lightning. Arg! How is this possible? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon screamed in pain as it looked at the unharmed Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng withstood an attack that contained the origin power of destruction. This was impossible. The laws of destruction could destroy everything. That is, a divine weapon? The next instant, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes locked onto the black shield covered in green lines in Zhao Feng's hand. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon should have had the advantage if both of them took the opponent's attack head-on. However, at this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon realized that Zhao Feng had used a defense-type divine weapon to completely block its dragon breath of destruction. This meant that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had taken Zhao Feng's Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame for nothing. Furthermore, after charging out unharmed, Zhao Feng used his sky-penetrating finger with lightning-quick speed and injured it even more. Zhao Feng has a defensive divine weapon. I'm unable to injure him with my current power, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon thought. Zhao Feng's defensive divine weapon didn't frighten the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon away. Instead, its killing intent only became stronger. With the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's knowledge, it could tell that the defensive divine weapon in Zhao Feng's hand wasn't a normal divine weapon. Humph! Divine weapons need divine power to be activated. Let me see just how much divine power you have. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared in anger. Who? Boom! Black flames arose from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon as the figure of a several hundred-yard-long black dragon appeared in heaven and earth. A disastrous aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and covered everything within several dozen thousand miles. All the experts of the Sky Qin Zone could faintly see a large black serpent dragon. Oh my god! What is that? Such a terrifying monster! The experts that were far away from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon were in utter shock. They had never seen such a terrifying monster in their lives. Zhao Feng! Li Shui worried for the person fighting against the Black Serpent Dragon. The female in white that arrived half a year ago was extremely similar to the female in white that had entered the 49th floor before, so Li Shui guessed that the Zhao Feng mentioned by the non-human expert was the same Zhao Feng that she knew. Woo! Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared toward the sky and pounced toward Zhao Feng. After returning to its original form, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline techniques and sky-penetrating finger technique caused less damage to it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was planning to use its Destruction Dragon body to clash against Zhao Feng head-on and force him to use all his divine power. Shoo! Scarlet-black flames surrounded the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's claws as it charged toward Zhao Feng. Seeing that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had returned to its original form and was charging at him, Zhao Feng immediately knew what the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was thinking. Due to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's large body, the damage caused by Zhao Feng's sky-penetrating finger could basically be ignored. However, it wasn't as if Zhao Feng didn't have any wide-range techniques. Who? A terrifying ancient bloodline divine power spread from Zhao Feng's index finger. At the same time, Zhao Feng merged the power of his little world of wind lightning and his physical force lightning domain into this move. Earth-destroying finger. Zhao Feng's finger released a strong surge of wind lightning as well as a forceful intent. Boom! An enormous beam of light alongside a scarlet storm of lightning engulfed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's claw. Part of the attack also landed on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. At the same time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attack crushed toward Zhao Feng like a black mountain. Ding! Bam! Zhao Feng raised the shield and blocked the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attack. The range is so big, but it still contains this much power? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon looked at Zhao Feng with a hint of fear. However, in order to expend all of Zhao Feng's divine power, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon needed to clash against Zhao Feng head-on. Duh. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's broken claws started to slowly recover. Destructive Dragon Blast. Scarlet-black dragon flames of destruction surged from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's claws. The two surges of destruction dragon flames twisted and turned into two scarlet-black fire dragons that charged toward Zhao Feng from two sides. I can't continue like this. I need to finish off the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon as quickly as possible. Zhao Feng's eyes became grim. The power of his soul eye bloodline techniques was drastically reduced against the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon in its current state, and if he tried to use the Eye of Heaven to amplify his eye bloodline techniques, Zhao Feng's body might be destroyed by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon first. Shua! Zhao Feng waved his right hand, and Zhao Wan appeared next to him. Absolute domain of Earth. Zhao Wan's eyes focused, and nature turned into the element of Earth as it rushed toward Zhao Feng and formed barriers of dark yellow rocks around him. However, it was hard for Zhao Wan to block the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attacks with his current cultivation. Boom! Wang! Earth of Wind Lightning sacred power appeared around Zhao Feng and instantly controlled the rocks nearby. Earth Lightning Sacred Armor. Zhao Feng circulated his battle technique, and the countless rocks nearby turned into a giant defensive armor. Boom! Pong! Pong! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attack landed on the combined defense of Zhao Feng and Zhao Wan and was completely blocked. The eyes of myriad forms. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was surprised. The eyes of myriad forms had absolute offense and defense in the physical dimension. Could even support others. Why is this brat not using his divine weapon to defend? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon couldn't help but curse. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wanted Zhao Feng to use his divine weapon and expend all his divine power. However, in the next instant, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon became completely dazed. After the layer of earth around Zhao Feng disappeared, the black shield in Zhao Feng's hand started to change shape. Ding! Ding! A black metallic fan appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. The green lines on it flashed like a painting of mountains and water. With just a thought, Zhao Wan instantly knew what Zhao Feng wanted to do. Myriad forms of wind lightning. Zhao Wan focused his eyes, and the nature of heaven and earth nearby started to change once more. Heaven and earth changed. Winds raged and lightning crackled. Zhao Feng merged a wisp of divine power into the black metallic fan to activate it. Wang, hu. At this instant, all the wind lightning was sucked into the divine weapon. That divine weapon. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression turned to shock. It instantly realized that Zhao Feng's divine weapon had many uses and could change form at any moment. Rage of Wind Lightning. Zhao Feng immediately waved the divine weapon in his hand. Boom! A giant fan made from the laws of wind lightning appeared in heaven and earth and crushed toward the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The power of wind lightning in heaven and earth was like a tsunami as it roared and radiated a divine power that reigned supreme. An offense-type divine weapon that can unleash such a wide-range attack? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was instantly dumbfounded after seeing the laws of wind lightning that filled the sky. If it had to withstand this attack head-on, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would definitely be severely injured even with its Destruction Dragon body. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had to turn back into human form. Whoosh! Shoo! Only a small part of the attack that filled the sky landed on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body after it turned back into human form. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon then turned into a black streak of light and instantly disappeared. Chase after him. Zhao Feng picked up Zhao Wan and immediately followed. Lightning Wings Spatial Flash. The wings behind Zhao Feng released a dazzling glow of light, and he turned into a bolt of scarlet golden lightning that disappeared into the sky. Zhao Wan continuously changed the environment while they flew to allow Zhao Feng to fly at the fastest speed possible. All the experts in the Sky Qin Zone let out a breath after Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon left. They finally left. If those two continued to fight here, just the remnants from that battle would be able to destroy the entire Sky Qin Zone. Who's the other person? They actually managed to defeat that terrifying serpent dragon monster. The upper echelon members of the various forces in the Sky Qin Zone were shocked. Li Shui let out a breath. She believed that it was Zhao Feng fighting against the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and it seemed he was winning. At this moment, she calmed down after seeing Zhao Feng chase after the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. A dark streak of light flashed across the limitless ocean. Bai Lin, if I die, you won't live either. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon swore. It started to realize that the Eye of Destiny was useless in a fight. Bai Lin's expression was extremely ugly within the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin dimension. Even now, her Eyes of Destiny didn't sense any signs of danger. Could her Eyes of Destiny have lost the ability to predict danger? This palace. Bai Lin's eyes focused on the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace, and she found that her Eyes of Destiny were unable to find out any secrets from it. It was as if they were on entirely different levels. Ever since the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon took this palace, my Eyes of Destiny have stopped working. Thinking up to here, Bai Lin felt that this palace was even more terrifying. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, why not just give this palace to Zhao Feng? We can find other opportunities. Bai Lin suggested. Even I can't destroy this palace. If my guesses are correct, this is a divine weapon. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon harumphed coldly and rejected Bai Lin's suggestion. If it was able to drag out the person within this palace, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wouldn't just be able to blackmail Zhao Feng, it would also be able to obtain a divine weapon. Whoosh! A scarlet golden arrow suddenly pierced through the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's chest. Damn it! This brat has the eyes of myriad forms helping him. He's twice as fast as usual. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon couldn't help but curse with a ruffled expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 scarlet golden arrows shot through the air and pierced through its body. Bai Lin, you are complete trash. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon felt more wronged the more it thought. The only reason it came here was because Bai Lin said there was someone it could use to threaten Zhao Feng, but it wasn't able to acquire that person because they were inside the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. Afterward, Bai Lin's Eyes of Destiny had become completely useless, and she wasn't even able to sense any danger before Zhao Feng arrived. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Lin had helped it obtain so many resources in the God Corps, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would think that Bai Lin was trying to trick it. A golden white arrow with the aura of divine power suddenly descended. Not good. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression changed dramatically. Whoosh! Shwa! This golden white arrow of light pierced through its chest and ripped open an extremely large hole. Whoosh! Boom! Zhao Feng and Zhao Wan chased the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon from behind. Zhao Feng held a long black bow, but it soon back into a triangular piece of metal. Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed a sharp expression. It was impossible to make Zhao Feng expend all of his divine power because Zhao Feng's divine weapon could be used for both offense and defense. So this plan would only work if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could take attacks from Zhao Feng's divine weapon head-on. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had the eyes of myriad forms supporting him, so the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would definitely be unable to escape. Some of his escaping secret techniques were also completely suppressed by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. Zhao Feng, I'm willing to hand over this palace, but you must let me go. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was helpless and could only accept Bai Lin's suggestion. No need, I will take it myself. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he radiated killing intent. If the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could actually threaten Lu Qinin, it wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Therefore, Zhao Feng would be able to obtain the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace anyway as long as he killed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Let the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon go? How could he possibly do that? Bai Lin, who was inside the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body, also needed to be finished off. No need, I will take it myself. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he radiated killing intent. This was a great dance to kill the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and Bai Lin, so Zhao Feng definitely wouldn't just let them off like that. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Countless white lightning bolts sparkled from Zhao Feng's left eye as a strong surge of destructive soul power appeared as well. Boom! A ball of blazing God Tribulation lightning symbols exploded in the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's face. Arg! Zhao Feng, don't force me. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul was heavily injured, but its soul was very strong. If it was a normal demigod instead, their soul would have probably become very weak from Zhao Feng's continuous soul eye bloodline techniques. Wind Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng used another offensive eye bloodline technique after the Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. He felt that it was very hard to kill the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. With the level of Zhao Feng's soul, his God Spiritual Eye, and the God Tribulation Lightning, he was still only able to heavily injure the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul instead of destroy it outright. There weren't many God Tribulation Lightning symbols left in Zhao Feng's lightning soul body either. Zhao Feng needed to be on guard at every moment against an enemy as terrifying as the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, so he wouldn't dare to expend all his God Tribulation Lightning symbols easily. Swords of Piercing Metal. Blades of Utmost Speed. On the side, Zhao Wan circulated the eyes of myriad forms and kept on using powerful attacks that weakened the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's Destruction Dragon body. Arg! Zhao Feng, you forced me to do this. Insanity flashed through the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes as a chaotic black fire surged from its black scales. Wang, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body, suddenly released an ancient power of destruction as countless divine black flames spewed out. The air itself started to twist and crack. Origin Power of Destruction. Zhao Feng's eyes squinted as he focused. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was finally going to give its all. It had used the Origin Power of Destruction, increasing its strength dramatically, but this was only temporary. The Origin Power of Destruction was the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's foundation, so its power would be permanently reduced depending on how much it used. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Feng should avoid the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and wait until it finished using all its origin power of destruction. However, Zhao Feng was very certain that, if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon managed to escape this time, it would come trouble Zhao Feng again in the future, and it would only be stronger. Zhao Feng, you can die in peace after forcing me to use my origin power of destruction. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's face contorted in pain, frenzy, and deadliness. Divine black flames burned across its body, and a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth affected everything within 10,000 miles. This black flame could even ignite the air, which kept on burning as if it was going to destroy everything. After using its origin power of destruction, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attacks had reached another level. At the same time, its Destruction Dragon body became even more powerful as well. This meant that Zhao Feng had to use the divine weapon to face the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attacks. In its current state, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was even somewhat resilient to the divine weapon. Shua! Zhao Wan retreated 10,000 miles under Zhao Feng's orders and just used the eyes of myriad forms to support Zhao Feng. Hua! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon turned into a black blur and flashed toward Zhao Feng. Earth Lightning Sacred Armor. Zhao Feng circulated his Earth of Wind Lightning Sacred Power and worked with Zhao Wan to use a defensive secret technique. Boom! Pong! Zhao Feng clashed against the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Boom! Bam! In just an instant, the surge of destructive black flames ignited Zhao Feng's armor and started to burn. However, the damage caused was relatively small because of Zhao Feng's Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Ding! Ding! The triangular piece of metal in Zhao Feng's hand instantly turned into a black divine sword. Zhao Feng put his divine power into it, and the green lines on it flashed with a holy golden light. Zhao Feng slashed forward, and a ripple of darkness with domineering divine power sliced out. Shua! Shu! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was thrown back several miles by Zhao Feng's attack. A giant gash appeared on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon from its shoulder to its waist. Who? Black flames of destruction spewed out from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's injury, and it started to slowly recover. How long can you last? The moment you use up all your divine power is the moment you die. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon laughed with a gruesome smile. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was using its origin power of destruction and its cultivation might drop back down to the Mystic Light realm or even the Void God realm in the end, it would be worth it if it could kill Xiaofeng and take everything from him. However, right at this moment the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon felt that Xiaofeng's gaze was weird. It was as if he had lost all color and light in his eyes. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon instantly raised its head. A giant golden eye of heaven had appeared in the sky, and it glittered with a profound golden light as it gazed down coldly. An invisible surge of mental energy pressure descended onto the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. An endless purple and gold whirlpool that seemed to connect to a limitless maze instantly extended out from the golden eye of heaven, and a force that could suck out one's soul instantly enveloped the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. This move, surprise appeared on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's face. It had seen Xiaofeng use this move in the Divine Illusion dimension before. Xiaofeng, even if you use that move through that eyeball, you still won't be able to suck away my soul. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was extremely confident in itself. When using its origin power of destruction, its mental energy also became stronger, so it was slightly resilient to the golden eye of heaven. Something's not right. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression changed dramatically. It realized that its soul didn't feel any sucking force and was only restrained by this forbidden power. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon instantly knew the meaning behind Xiaofeng's actions. Xiaofeng just wanted to contain the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and cause it to waste its origin power of destruction. After the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's cultivation dropped, Xiaofeng would be able to easily kill it. However, your defense will also reduce dramatically when you use that eyeball. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon focused its eyes and looked at Xiaofeng's body. Xiaofeng's body only had about 30% of his full battle power when using the Eye of Heaven. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon finally understood why Xiaofeng used the divine weapon to push it back several miles. Humph! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon harumphed coldly as it unleashed all its soul intent to resist the golden eye of heaven in the sky. Who? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon moved forward a certain amount of distance. A trail of black flames of destruction was left behind wherever it went and caused the sky to burn. This serpent dragon... Xiaofeng's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Xiaofeng's gaze of the god eye could be said to be at its most powerful moment ever. However, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was an ancient god at its peak. Its comprehension had reached an extremely high level. Adding on the fact that it had a strong soul and the origin power of destruction, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's resilience was extremely strong. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon once again moved toward Xiaofeng and managed to unleash an attack despite its soul being restrained. Absolute domain of Earth. Zhao Wan immediately circulated his eyes and helped Xiaofeng block the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attack. Boom! Pong! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attack landed on Xiaofeng after destroying Zhao Wan's defense, but it did no damage. I need to get closer. Sweat poured out from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head. Its momentum was much weaker compared to before. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was paying a very big price to block the Eye of Heaven. Its sole intent and origin power of destruction were being quickly expended, but this was the only thing it could do. It had to block Xiaofeng's eye bloodline technique, approach him, and kill him. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon once again managed to creep forward a little bit. Destruction Dragon Blast. Black flames of destruction surged from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's hands as it prepared to attack Xiaofeng. However, right at this instant, a silver-gray light flashed behind him. A ripple of darkness glittered with a forbidden aura of divine power as it pierced through the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin dimension. This cat! Fear and shock appeared in the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes. It knew that Xiaofeng had spiritual pets, but it didn't expect the cat's offense to be so strong. What? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon spat out a mouthful of black blood as the aura around it started to dim. Good job! Zhao Feng had the little thieving cat hide from the start of the battle and told it to attack the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon at the critical moment. Wang. Now that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was weakened, Zhao Feng's gaze of the god I was able to completely suppress it. The little thieving cat had heavily injured the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin dimension. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin power of destruction was slowly seeping out, but the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon couldn't do anything about it. Limitless black flames burned in the sky and destroyed everything. Cracks of different sizes started to spread through space. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, you can't escape. Prepare to die. Zhao Feng revealed a confident expression. At this point, all he needed to do was maintain the current situation. If he kept the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul bound, he would be able to obtain victory. I admit that I've been defeated by you, but don't think that you will get what you wish. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed an insane expression, and the origin dimension of destruction within its body started to expand. Not good. It's going to explode all its remaining power. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye saw everything. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul was still bound by Zhao Feng, so it required a lot of effort just to self-destruct. If Zhao Feng stopped using the Eye of Heaven and escaped right now, he would be able to exit the range of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's self-destruction. However, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's true aim was to destroy the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace and Lu Qinyin within it, so Zhao Feng would have regrets for the rest of his life. However, in the next instant, both Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon paused. Bai Lin activated a substandard god weapon from within the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin dimension and ran out with fear. Eye of Destiny, you retard. Die! Anger burned in the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's heart when it saw Bai Lin. To a certain extent, Bai Lin was the one that made it end up like this, so it was going to kill Bai Lin as well before it died. However, right at this moment, the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace also floated out from the origin dimension. The doors of the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace opened, and a strong suction force locked onto Bai Lin. No! Bai Lin was filled with fear. She had sensed something in this palace when the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin dimension was broken. Bai Lin suddenly felt as if her fate was no longer under her own control anymore. This was the first time she had felt such a thing. Losing control of her fate scared Bai Lin and made her feel a life-and-death danger. Whoosh! Bai Lin, who was actually extremely weak, was unable to do anything before being sucked into the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. At this moment, Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon were both frozen as they looked at this scene in shock. Here's my chance. Zhao Feng's expression changed. Countless white lightning bolts started to flash within the Eye of Heaven in the sky as it radiated a strong aura of God Tribulation lightning. Countless white lightning bolts started to flash within the Eye of Heaven in the sky as it radiated a strong aura of God Tribulation lightning. Tribulation lightning eye flame. Zhao Feng released all his remaining God Tribulation lightning. Boom! A ball of God Tribulation lightning exploded onto the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul and wreaked havoc. Arg! A world of lightning seemed to bombard the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul. Whoosh! The Eye of Heaven in the sky disappeared after this eye bloodline technique was used, and Zhao Feng's eyes recovered to normal. Still not dead? Zhao Feng's heart dropped. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's life force stunned Zhao Feng, and he finally understood why ancient god Xianxia chose to seal it, because it was impossible to kill. After all, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a wisp of the Destruction Dragon race bloodline. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was a lot weaker than back then, it was still extremely difficult for Zhao Feng to kill it. Whoosh! Zhao Feng instantly closed in on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Forbidden World Illusion Maze. Zhao Feng's left eye released a strong surge of eye intent that turned into an endless and alluring purple and gold world. The moment the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon woke up from the pain of the God Tribulation lightning, its consciousness was attracted by Zhao Feng's left eye and fell into a world of illusions. However, just a while later, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon started to struggle. The injuries on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body had almost completely recovered as well. Even its shattered origin dimension of destruction was recovering by itself. As expected of the Destruction Dragon race, Zhao Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The body of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was several times stronger than Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body. Zhao Feng, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon croaked at this moment. You've almost used up all your eye intent and God Tribulation lightning, right? You can't kill me. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon became smug as it sensed the change in Zhao Feng's eye intent. Zhao Feng had a grim expression and didn't say anything, but the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was indeed correct. Zhao Feng had used up all his God Tribulation lightning and didn't have much eye intent left. Using the Eye of Heaven required a lot of eye intent. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had already used it twice earlier. Through the Eye of Heaven, he also used a bunch of offensive eye bloodline techniques as well as the Gaze of the God Eye over a long period of time. Zhao Feng had also used up all his divine power as well. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was extremely weak right now, it was still extremely difficult for Zhao Feng to kill it right now. I can't kill you, but you can't escape either. Zhao Feng had a cold expression, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's heart dropped. It had used too much origin power of destruction, and it also lost a lot due to its origin dimension being shattered. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could only use its power to stabilize its strength at the level of a sacred king. Once the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon stopped using the origin power of destruction, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's cultivation might drop even further. A surge of purple and gold mist appeared from Zhao Feng's back and merged into heaven and earth. Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon instantly appeared in the center of a purple and gold maze. You can't escape in your current state, Zhao Feng said. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul had been bombarded by Zhao Feng many times and was now extremely weak. Zhao Feng had also used up all his eye intent and was relying on the power of his little world. Attack together, Zhao Feng roared, and the little thieving cat and Zhao Wan instantly hurried over. Swords of piercing metal, blades of extreme wind. Zhao Wan circulated the eyes of myriad forms and continuously attacked the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. At the same time, the little thieving cat used its divine weapon to cut the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. Although the little thieving cat couldn't activate its divine weapon yet, the sharpness of the divine weapon alone could still cause a lot of damage. Arg! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's consciousness was blinded by the little world of illusions, and it just took the beating. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng merged his power of wind lightning with his physical force and thrust out large scarlet palms of scarlet lightning. Boom! Pong! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body became tattered once more due to the group beating. Attacks from sacred lords could pass through the physical dimension and hit the soul even if they weren't soul-based. So it also did a certain amount of damage to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul. Damn it, The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wanted to cry. It really wanted to self-destruct right now. But the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace and Bai Lin had both already escaped from its origin dimension. Zhao Feng could also quickly escape the range of its self-destruction. This meant that self-destruction was the same as regular suicide, so what was the point? Right at this moment, a colorful light covered everyone. This is the Myriad Forms dimension. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression turned to surprise. A dominating power spread across the air. Limitless intent of Earth instantly appeared in the area and completely suppressed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. This intent of Earth filled every inch and made the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon unable to move, but Zhao Feng and company could still freely move through the area. Physical Force Lightning Domain. Zhao Feng circulated the Earth of Wind Lightning Sacred Power and released a gravitational force that complemented the intent of Earth and suppressed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon further. Meow! A dark golden dragon snake whip appeared in the little thieving cat's paw and wrapped around the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. A numbing sensation filled the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and it felt like all its power was being sucked away. Zhao Feng, what are you doing? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a bad feeling. Could tell that Zhao Feng had some kind of plan in mind. The little thieving cat opened its mouth, and the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly appeared. The cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly immediately released its silk and some dream pollen to restrict and suppress the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon even more. Fuck! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon felt powerless as it started to lose control of its true yuan and bloodline. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. I currently lack a flying steed, Zhao Feng said with a smile. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon almost spat out blood when it heard this. But right now, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon couldn't even think about resisting. The cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly landed on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's head and kept on releasing dream pollen. Good. This is the moment when the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon is the weakest and has the least resistance. Zhao Feng's expression changed as he immediately circulated his left eye. A ripple of eye bloodline power appeared around the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was sucked into Zhao Feng's God Eye dimension in the next instant. Although I can't kill the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, I can still squeeze out all its value. Zhao Feng let out a breath. He had used up too much energy and eye intent, so he couldn't do anything to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon right now and could only put the matter aside for now. The sky started to return to normal, and Zhao Feng's eyes landed on the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. Qinin. I'm sorry for coming late. Zhao Feng apologized to Lu Qinin. After all, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon only came because of Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Zhao Feng then took the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace and headed back toward the Sky Qin Zone. Zhao Feng's arrival caused another disturbance in the Sky Qin Zone. All the experts in the Sky Qin Zone were scared that they would make this expert unhappy. Sky Qin's Sacred Palace Master, I'm here to return the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. Zhao Feng arrived at Sky Qin's Sacred Palace and said, Thank you for returning this inheritance, Senior. Sky Qin's Sacred Palace will never be able to repay such gratitude. The Sky Qin's Sacred Palace Master's heart shook. She couldn't imagine how this man was able to take back the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace from that Black Serpent Dragon, but she was more curious as to why Zhao Feng helped Sky Qin's Sacred Palace take back this item. May I ask, Senior, if you are the left-eyed Heavenly Emperor that once shook the Tsang Ocean? Li Shui asked in a trembling tone. Although the appearance of this male was different from Zhao Feng, she felt that the clothing style and aura of this male were extremely similar to Zhao Feng. All of Sky Qin's Sacred Palace instantly became dead silent, and the Sky Qin's Sacred Palace Master's expression changed dramatically as she tried to give an explanation. That's me, Zhao Feng replied. Hearing Zhao Feng's reply, the minds of the Sky Qin Sacred Palace Master and Li Shui shook in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Zhao Feng, who was just a king when they met, had grown to such a stage where mystic light realm's sacred lords were his servants, and he was able to defeat that terrifying Black Serpent Dragon. Boom! Zhao Feng returned the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace back to where it originally was. He then took out some treasures that were enough to make sacred lords go crazy and gave them to the Sky Qin Sacred Palace Master. After all, back then, it was because of Sky Qin's Sacred Palace that Zhao Feng was able to see Lu Qinxin. It was also his fault that the Emperor of Death arrived and brought disaster to Sky Qin's Sacred Palace. Even the Palace Master's husband died. Zhao Feng then said goodbye to Sky Qin's Sacred Palace and got ready to leave. Since I'm already here, I should go back to the Azure Flower Continent. Zhao Feng gazed into the distance emotionally. At this instant, the doors to the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace slowly opened, and a female in white walked out. I'll go back with you, Lu Qinin said. Let's go then. Zhao Feng paused for a moment before revealing a faint smile. Lu Qinin must have experienced something in the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. It seemed she could freely enter and exit the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace now. Maybe the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace had recognized Lu Qinin. Zhao Feng knew a little bit about the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace, but even he couldn't see through this ancient palace. Zhao Feng and Lu Qinin arrived at the ancient Azure Island Zone a month later. They ignored all resistance and descended onto the Azure Flower Continent. At this moment, Within a scarlet-black hall in the middle continent, there was a ghastly skeleton with gold and silver bones that gave off an aura of the Tao of Ghosts. At a certain point in time, two dark flames twitched in its eye sockets. He's back. This is the western continent of the Azure Flower continent. Your hometown is in the Canopy Great Country in the northern continent. Zhao Feng said to Lu Qinyin next to him, who was slightly dazed. They spent 2 hours flying from the western continent to the northern continent and arrived at the Canopy Great Country. Lu Qinyin's eyes flashed slightly when she arrived, as if she experienced a familiar sensation. I'll use the Tao of Illusions to change your appearance. You can use the identity of Lu Qinxin to live in your hometown for a while. After saying that, an invisible mist of mental energy spread from Zhao Feng's left eye and covered Lu Qinyin so that anyone who saw Lu Qinyin would think they were seeing Lu Qinxin. He did the same for himself. Anyone that saw him would see him as the original Zhao Feng. Feng, I'll be leaving now, Lu Qinyin said before leaving. Zhao Feng was dazzled. At this instant, he felt as if the person in front of him was actually Lu Qinxin. This might be the last time I stand in the Azure Flower continent. Zhao Feng sighed. Many years had passed, and Zhao Feng, who had once struggled here, was now a peak expert of the continent zone. This time, Zhao Feng came back to the Azure Flower continent to see the place where he once lived and fought in. He would spend time with his parents and see his friends so that his heart of fighting would be able to rest. Zhao Feng first came to the Iron Blood religion after parting ways with Lu Qinyin. Zhao Feng. Patriarch Hong looked at the human figure in front of him with surprise. Back then, Zhao Feng came back with the skeletal division leader and changed the fate of the entire Azure Flower continent. The skeletal division leader had taken over the Scarlet Moon demonic religion and created the Scarlet Moon Hall, becoming the ruler of the Azure Flower continent. However, no one knew that the strongest expert of the Azure Flower continent was just Zhao Feng's servant. This time, when Patriarch Hong inspected Zhao Feng, he felt as if he was looking at a normal cultivator. He couldn't see anything at all, but Patriarch Hong was certain that Zhao Feng had reached a level that he couldn't even imagine. Taimo soon arrived, and they all talked for an entire day and night. Zhao Feng left the Iron Blood religion the second day and headed toward the cloud area. On the way, he scanned around with his divine sense and saw a few familiar figures. When he passed through Flooding Lake City, he saw Lu Yuan, Lu Tingyu, Master Taigon, and more. At this moment in time, Lu Jutian, the city lord, had a red face, and tears were streaming down his face. He finally managed to see his daughter again after several dozen years. He knew that all of this should be because of Zhao Feng. The father and daughter sat in the middle of a pavilion located in the middle of a peaceful lake surrounded by lotuses. Lu Qinyin had a faint smile as she chatted with Lu Jotian about what happened after arriving at the Sky Qin inheritance by using the dreams she had. At a certain moment, Lu Qinyin raised her head and glanced up toward the sky. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure had already disappeared, and he soon arrived in the cloud country. Zhao Feng stood above Sky Moon Mountain and instantly knew everything that was happening in the Broken Moon clan after scanning with his divine sense. At the same time, memories of his childhood that had been forgotten surfaced in Zhao Feng's mind. It was as if he was still fighting in the Broken Moon clan. Zhao Feng descended into the Broken Moon clan. Junior Martial Brother Zhao. Lin Fan suddenly noticed Zhao Feng's figure. Senior Martial Brother Lin. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. Lin Fan used to be the top outer disciple of the Broken Moon clan in the past. They had helped each other after becoming inner disciples. You've finally come back after so long. Lin Fan revealed an expression of reminiscence. All of you can leave. Lin Fan sent a few disciples and elders away, then walked around the Broken Moon clan with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng would talk to any friends or elders that he knew. Zhao Feng finally arrived at where First Elder was located. Zhao Feng had originally been thinking of switching out First Elder's arm with a new one, but First Elder rejected it. I'm already used to the Wheel of Light and Darkness. It's very useful. First Elder smiled. After saying goodbye to First Elder, Zhao Feng returned to his parents. He stayed next to his parents and enjoyed the warmth of family. Zhao Feng left after a month. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure instantly appeared in the sky somewhere. In front of him was a gold and silver skeleton. The skeletal division leader was the Hall Master of the Scarlet Moon Hall. It was the hero that destroyed the Scarlet Moon demonic religion and a legendary figure that shook the entire Azure Flower continent. Zhao, Master. The skeletal division leader was extremely respectful. At this moment, Zhao Feng gave off the feeling that he was just a mortal. But this scared the skeletal division leader even more. With its understanding of Zhao Feng had most likely broken through to the Mystic Light Realm and was now a sacred lord. Mystic Light Realm sacred lords were peerless experts even in the Tsang Ocean, legendary figures in control of 3-star forces. You are free. You don't need to call me master anymore, Zhao Feng said. He just told the skeletal division leader to protect the Azure Flower continent and gave it freedom. Understood. The skeletal division leader was overjoyed. Zhao Feng basically meant that he was okay with its actions in the Azure Flower continent. I'll leave the Azure Flower continent to you. Zhao Feng walked over to the skeletal division leader and gently patted it on the shoulder. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure disappeared into heaven and earth. The skeletal division leader was unable to sense him at all. As I thought, he's already reached a stage where I can't even imagine. The skeletal division leader was surprised and felt lucky that it followed Zhao Feng back then. My bottleneck? The skeletal division leader's expression changed dramatically. It had been stuck at the gate to the Void God realm for many years and was unable to break through. It was mostly because the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the Azure Flower continent was too thin, and the other reason was because of its foundation. However, at this moment, the skeletal division leader realized that the crystal core within its body was starting to slowly evolve. It was as if it could break through to the Void God realm at any moment if it wished to. On a certain day, a magnificent power of the Void God realm spread from the Scarlet Moon Hall. The Scarlet Moon Hall rejoiced as it became a 2-star power, but the skeletal division leader knew that all of this was just because of one gentle pat from Zhao Feng. Back in flooding Lake City, Lu Qinin said goodbye to Lu Jutian. Lu Jutian smiled with relief when he saw Zhao Feng and his daughter leave. From the looks of it, my daughter has found her true partner. The journey back to the continent zone was much easier since Zhao Feng was able to use the spatial markings left behind by the misty spatial world to teleport back. Eventually, Zhao Feng and Lu Qinin arrived at the Sky Qin zone. Feng, we shall meet again if fate decrees. Lu Qinin smiled at Zhao Feng. Maybe. Zhao Feng's expression was slightly dim. Lu Qinin had told him her plan on the way here. She was going to remain behind in the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace. Zhao Feng knew that the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace was extremely profound, and there seemed to be a connection between it and Lu Qinin. This was a very safe place that she could cultivate in. However, from Zhao Feng's point of view, they might not see each other ever again after this goodbye. After all, his goal was the heavenly divine realm and to witness the legends in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng didn't ask anything regarding Bai Lin. With Zhao Feng's current cultivation, Bai Lin wasn't much of a threat anymore. Zhao Feng also guessed that Lu Qinin or the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace itself needed Bai Lin. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure started to fade away amongst flashes of silver light and completely disappeared. Feng, I'm sorry that I can't stay with you. Lu Qinin sighed with a slightly sad expression. But we will meet again. Who? Lu Qinin immediately floated toward the forbidden ground of Sky Qin's sacred palace, and no one dared to stop her. The instant she appeared in the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace, Lu Qinin appeared on the 49th floor. Bai Lin was bound by a powerful force in the very middle and was unable to move. What do you want to do? Bai Lin's eyes of destiny had lost all their power, which made her full of fear. The entire giant circular palace started to spin. The stars in the ceiling seemed to come to life as they started to move in a profound way. At a certain moment, an ultimate force appeared from the sky. This aura. Bai Lin started to tremble in disbelief. The stars started to slowly gather together and form an image that looked like an eye. Eventually, Zhao Feng returned to the Hall of Gods. Everything had remained the same since he left. After all, Zhao Feng only told Bai Qingyue that he was leaving the Hall of Gods. Not why. Zhao Yufei, Nan Gongsheng and Kuan Yun were still in seclusion. From the looks of it, the fortune that Yufei obtained in the God Corpse isn't simple, Zhao Feng gently murmured as he looked toward where Zhao Yufei was in seclusion. A giant palace was surrounded in crystalline purple light and radiated a terrifying soul-shaking aura. Master, the pills have been used, and the 5 disciples of the Tai family have all awakened the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. Bai Qingyue messaged Zhao Feng when she sensed that he had returned. Okay. Send them back to the Tai family, Zhao Feng ordered. These 5 members of the Tai family had been carefully picked. Their strength, talent, bloodlines, and potential were all elite class, so this outcome was expected. Zhao Feng then entered the forbidden grounds after there was nothing else to do. Shua. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the God Eye dimension. Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was completely suppressed in the God Eye dimension and couldn't do anything. Even its healing abilities were restricted. Zhao Feng unleashed a soul attack without saying anything and started to weaken the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's consciousness. You will only live and have the possibility to recover to your peak strength if you become my servant. Zhao Feng tried to persuade the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Wang, Shu. Zhao Feng condensed a dark heart seal and started to imprint it into the depths of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon soul. But the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't work with him. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon soul was extremely strong, and it resisted. Stop dreaming. I'll never bow to you. Stop dreaming. I'll never bow to you, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said in a mocking tone. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul was extremely strong, and it fought back. So Zhao Feng was unable to put a dark heart seal into the depths of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul. In the end, he could only give up, but before he did, he unleashed another soul attack against the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon inspected this dimension in shock after Zhao Feng left. Could do nothing in this unique dimension, but it could still look around with its eyes. A mysterious golden ball floated in the center of this dimension. It spun around calmly, and there was a faint golden ripple of light around it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could feel that the mysterious golden ball was the lord of this dimension and that it was the source of the suppression. But the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon couldn't see any of the secrets of this mysterious golden ball. It then looked at the other items in this dimension. Many peerless, extinct treasures floated here. They mainly consisted of ancient resources that even moved the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's heart. If I could move around in this dimension and obtain these precious resources, I could recover the damage to my foundation, and my strength would increase by another level. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had overused its origin power of destruction when it fought with Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's cultivation had dropped dramatically to the early stages of the mystic light realm. At this moment, it was unable to move in this dimension and could only rely on the self-recovery ability of its body. However, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's desires were unrealistic. All it could do was look greedily at this dimension. Zhao Feng entered seclusion in the forbidden grounds of the Hall of Gods. He circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to comprehend many things at once. The first and second parts of his focus cultivated his 2 main techniques. Since his 5 elemental wind lightning technique and Golden Kuin's sacred lightning body had just broken through recently, there would be no dramatic improvements for a while, but Zhao Feng could still use his precious resources to consolidate them. The third of his thoughts was used to cultivate the divine forming technique. All of Zhao Feng's divine power came from the divine forming technique, which absorbed divine power from God crystals. Once his divine power ran out, Zhao Feng needed to use the divine forming technique to refine more divine power since it couldn't recover automatically, and he wouldn't have time to do so in a battle. The higher the level he cultivated the divine forming technique to, the more divine power Zhao Feng could store. This was why Zhao Feng spent a lot of effort comprehending this technique. His fourth thought was focused on the wind lightning raging finger. Zhao Feng understood its true power after fighting Demigod Dark Ocean and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, so he didn't forget to keep comprehending this skill. Zhao Feng's finger had only merged with 1/10 of the godblood's power so far, and so the 5th of his thoughts focused on merging with the power of the godblood. Zhao Feng used the 6th of his thoughts to increase his understanding of heaven and earth. Zhao Feng used his remaining energy to analyze the 3rd level of the soul-splitting technique and comprehend other battle skills, eye bloodline techniques, and duplicate precious resources that he needed. Shua. A small part of Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dimension of his left eye and chose 1 or 2 resources. He then activated the mysterious golden ball to replicate them. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression turned to shock. It didn't know what Zhao Feng was doing, but it looked at the mysterious golden ball with surprise. Wang. The mysterious golden ball started to spin faster and faster. Countless golden ripples shot out of it and passed through the 2 precious resources. A desolate origin aura was slowly released from the mysterious golden ball and condensed in the air. At this moment, the suppression on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was even stronger. It felt extremely small against this terrifying pressure and wanted to bow instinctively. Whoosh! 2 precious resources appeared above the mysterious golden ball 2 days later. How is that possible? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon roared. Even though it just witnessed the scene for itself, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon couldn't believe it. It managed to duplicate an exact copy? Within the misty spatial world, Zhao Feng weakened the seal of the Ice Imperial Spear so that a small amount of the Godblood's power was released. A desolate and terrifying bloodline pressure soon started to spread. Who? Zhao Feng controlled the flesh of his finger to absorb this powerful bloodline divine power. Because Zhao Feng's index finger had already merged with a lot of the god blood, it was difficult to continue merging with it, so it required more time. However, this also meant that every additional bit he absorbed would make his finger technique stronger. 3 fruits floated in front of Zhao Feng. The little thieving cat had dug a tiny hole in each of the crystal layers around the fruit. A thick and ancient intent spread from the holes and filled the air around Zhao Feng. The blue, yellow, and golden fruits respectively correlate to the laws of lightning, earth, and metal. The 3 invisible intents seemed to block Zhao Feng off from the rest of the world as they crushed toward his soul. Zhao Feng's consciousness seemed to enter a desolate world made up of earth, lightning, and metal. The theories behind these 3 intents kept on appearing in Zhao Feng's mind. In order to increase the level of his comprehension, Zhao Feng would also use the god's spiritual eye to make sure he was properly awake to absorb more of this power. Of course, Zhao Feng focused more on the powers of earth and lightning. 3 months later, the 3 fruits in front of Zhao Feng slowly descended. My understanding of the laws of earth, lightning, and metal has increased. Zhao Feng had a happy expression. He then merged his understanding into his sacred power whirlpool. The power of his intent increased, and with the help of many resources, Zhao Feng's cultivation had completely consolidated at the late stages of the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng would be able to become a sacred king within 10 years. Sacred king. Zhao Feng felt extremely excited. Mystic light sacred kings were the peak of cultivation in the continent zone. Demigods were just a special type of sacred king, and Zhao Feng was extremely close to this cultivation level already. There were 2 reasons why Zhao Feng's cultivation speed was so fast. The first was because of the resources from the ancient dream realm, and the second was because of the god's spiritual eye's duplication ability. These 2 points combined allowed Zhao Feng to not worry about resources at all, and it allowed him to utilize all his resources. All of this happened because of the god's spiritual eye. The god's spiritual eye had changed Zhao Feng's fate, and every time it evolved, it brought a lot of benefits to Zhao Feng. I need to start understanding some things about the heavenly divine realm now. As his cultivation increased, Zhao Feng also needed to understand things he didn't dare to even think of in the past. One day, Zhao Feng arrived at where Kuan Yun was staying. Kuan Yun was once a demigod who tried to break through to the heavenly divine realm, so he had experience facing the god tribulation. If Zhao Feng was able to learn about the experience, it would increase his chances of breaking through in the future by 10% or even 20%. Heavenly divine realm. Kuan Yun's expression couldn't help but become solemn when these 3 words were mentioned. He then started to tell Xiaofeng his personal experience after the latter offered him resources. In theory, one can break through to the heavenly divine realm as soon as they become a sacred king. But since even demigods in the continent zone have such a low rate of success in breaking through, no sacred king would even dare to try. Kuan-Yun sighed. The spatial dimension where the continent zone was located was very far away from the ancient desolate realm of gods. The grade of the spatial dimension was also very low, so the experts here were weaker than others. For example, the demigods in the continent zone might not even be a match for sacred kings in the ancient desolate realm of gods. This is also why the chances of breaking through to the heavenly divine realm in the continent zone are so low. There were two main points why it was so hard to break through to the heavenly divine realm. The first was that the spatial dimension of the continent zone was too weak. The foundation of the mystic light realm experts was too weak, and their understanding was limited. They couldn't form a steady and strong divine stage. The second was that their strength and their preparations weren't enough to block the true God lightning tribulation. One could try again if they failed to form a divine stage, but one would turn into ashes if they couldn't block the God tribulation lightning. I also heard that the peerless geniuses of some higher-grade spatial dimensions could become a rank 2 or even rank 3 god when breaking through. This has never happened before in the history of the continent zone. It's already a miracle to become a rank 1 true god, Kuan-Yun added. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, he realized that the spatial dimension that the continent zone was located in was very weak in the fan universe. If I hadn't come to the continent zone, I wouldn't have been able to even think of touching the heavenly divine realm even if I had a dozen millennia. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. He felt extremely lucky that he could reach this step. Zhao Feng, can you give me some more resources that contain the aura of ancient origin? Kuan-Yun asked after telling Zhao Feng everything. Containing the aura of ancient origin? Zhao Feng's expression paused, and he became slightly puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of such a term. You don't know about it? Kuan-Yun didn't believe it. When one tries to become a god and passes the lightning tribulation, it's in order to obtain the faint aura of ancient origin. One can only sense the ancient desolate realm of gods by relying on the aura of ancient origin within their body. Kuan-Yun told Zhao Feng the secrets of the heavenly divine realm. If one's body contains a lot of aura of ancient origin, it can help change one's bloodline, body, and power. It can make the cultivator's foundation extremely strong and create a very strong divine stage. It dramatically helps when trying to break through to become a true god. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically after hearing what Kuan-Yun said. He suddenly understood why Kuan-Yun immediately agreed to resolving their feud. Some of the resources in the ancient dream realm might contain this aura of ancient origin that Kuan-Yun is talking about. Zhao Feng's eyes focused as he started to think. Zhao Feng, I know that you definitely have more resources that contain the aura of ancient origin. Kuan-Yun revealed a you-know-what-I-am-talking-about expression. Zhao Feng, I know that you definitely have more resources that contain the aura of ancient origin. Kuan-Yun revealed a you-know-what-I-am-talking-about expression. It was obvious that Kuan-Yun was asking Zhao Feng for resources, and his voice contained a hint of a threat. If the other sacred kings and demigods of the continent zone were to learn that Zhao Feng had resources that contained ancient origin aura, all of them would become Zhao Feng's enemy. After all, upon reaching the level of a sacred king, everyone wanted to reach the heavenly divine realm and head to the legendary ancient desolate realm of gods. They wouldn't care even if they had to sacrifice their entire clan for a chance to break through to the heavenly divine realm. Kuan-Yun, don't overestimate yourself, Zhao Feng said in a cold tone. Although Kuan-Yun had played a crucial role for Zhao Feng and the Hall of Gods recently, Zhao Feng already repaid him. If Kuan-Yun needed Zhao Feng's help to break through to the heavenly divine realm, Zhao Feng would help him, but if Kuan-Yun wanted to threaten Zhao Feng, he was being too naive. With Zhao Feng's current strength, he wasn't scared of Kuan-Yun. Zhao Feng, me becoming stronger will help both you and the Hall of Gods. Kuan-Yun continued speaking. Although the Hall of Gods was calm right now, almost all the big forces in the continent zone right now could sense that the Grand Imperial Hall wouldn't just keep one eye closed for much longer. I do have those resources, But that is one of my hidden cards. Zhao Feng suddenly stood up and released a surge of terrifying aura that pressured heaven and earth nearby. Zhao Feng had been in seclusion for several months after the fight with the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and all of his aspects had strengthened. Amongst them, his soul intent and sacred lightning body were the most obvious. In terms of comprehension, Zhao Feng had the fruits, and he also had countless resources for his life force and body. Furthermore, the god blood in his finger was also strengthening Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng's intentions were also rather clear. Since he had resources that could move the hearts of all sacred kings and demigods, he would have a huge group of helpers if he used his resources wisely. At that point, there would be many people who would want to help Zhao Feng, so he wouldn't need Kuan Yun anymore. Of course, Zhao Feng didn't want to reveal everything unless he had to. What a strong body! Kuan Yun was secretly shocked. At this moment, even he felt pressured by Zhao Feng's physical body. Although Zhao Feng's body-strengthening technique was more profound than Kuan Yun's, Kuan Yun had revived from blood and had the experience of his previous life, so his cultivation speed was extremely fast. From the looks of it though, the stage of Zhao Feng's body-strengthening was on par with Kuan Yun, but since Zhao Feng's body-strengthening technique was more profound, Zhao Feng's body was slightly stronger than Kuan Yun's. What made it even scarier for Kuan Yun was that he felt that Zhao Feng's intent wasn't any weaker than his own. Zhao Feng can fight me even without his eye bloodline now. Kuan Yun was stunned and frustrated at the same time. He was a revived demigod, but he was worse than someone who was only a king in his previous life. When thinking up to there, Kuan Yun felt that he had lost all his face. Whoosh! Zhao Feng returned to his hall. Kuan Yun is most likely preparing to break through to the heavenly divine realm, or else he would have already recovered to the level of a demigod by using what he obtained in the god corpse. Zhao Feng murmured. Kuan Yun had purposely reduced his cultivation speed in order to consolidate his strength and try to break through in the strongest manner possible. Therefore, Zhao Feng also gave up on increasing his cultivation speed and chose to consolidate. Zhao Feng continued to cultivate with the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, but this time, he put more of his focus on the golden Kuan sacred lightning body. According to what Kuan Yun said, the most difficult part to breaking through to the heavenly divine realm was the true god lightning tribulation. Whoosh! Zhao Feng put the lightning god crystal into his god eye dimension. Zhao Feng actually has a god crystal that contains the power of god tribulation lightning? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression turned to shock. With this lightning god crystal, Zhao Feng's chances of breaking through to the heavenly divine realm increased by at least 20%. Zhao Feng used part of his focus to absorb and comprehend the power of God Tribulation Lightning from the Lightning God Crystal. At the same time, Zhao Feng fully activated the God Tribulation Lightning symbols in his lightning soul body to refine his sacred lightning body. More than 4,500 God Tribulation Lightning symbols flashed in his lightning soul body, giving off an immortal and undying power of God Tribulation Lightning. Zhao Feng's mental energy quickly grasped control of this power and used it on the sacred lightning body. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body was extremely resilient to the power of lightning, but the power of God Tribulation Lightning was different. It contained the laws of destruction and caused devastating damage to everything. Therefore, even though Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had reached the peak stages of the 6th level, it was still unable to withstand the power of God Tribulation Lightning, refining his body. In just a couple breaths' time, black scorch marks appeared on Zhao Feng's body. I'll rest for a while, then continue. Zhao Feng was surprised, and he immediately stopped. He used some resources to recover his life force and injuries, and his undying sacred lightning body also started to recover. There was a limit to using the power of God Tribulation Lightning to refine the sacred lightning body. If it was exceeded, then it was the same as harming oneself. Half a year passed by in a flash. Within the misty spatial world, Wang, Shu, thin crackles of lightning ran around Zhao Feng's dark golden body. Everything within several yards of Zhao Feng had been destroyed by this God Tribulation Lightning aura and couldn't be recovered. Over the last half a year, Zhao Feng's main focus was the golden Kuan sacred lightning body. He kept on using the power of God Tribulation Lightning to refine his sacred lightning body, which meant that the resilience of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body against the power of God Tribulation Lightning had increased, and it also contained the element of God Tribulation Lightning now. To a certain degree, the battle techniques related to the sacred lightning body had all been strengthened as well. Lightning Soul Body, Tribulation Lightning Sacred Body. Zhao Feng's mind shook as joy filled his face. All he needed to do now was progress down these two paths, and his chances of breaking through to the heavenly divine realm in the future would increase by at least 40%. Shua. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dimension of his left eye. Boom! Zhao Feng unleashed a soul attack against the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, then formed a dark heart seal and tried to imprint it in the depths of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's soul. It's useless, Zhao Feng. Your weak soul intent and rough secret technique can't enslave me. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon fought back, but in reality, its heart was already starting to move. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had witnessed many of Zhao Feng's hidden cards and precious resources in this dimension. Even if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon managed to escape, it wouldn't dare to take revenge on Zhao Feng unless it managed to recover to its peak strength. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. My patience is limited. Zhao Feng left the God Eye dimension with a cold expression. He had tried many times to enslave the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon while he was in seclusion, but they all ended in failure. Zhao Feng decided that, if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't bow before he tried to break through to the heavenly divine realm, he would just kill it. After all, Zhao Feng might fail and disappear, so leaving the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon behind would only cause disaster. Boom! Terrifying heaven-earth Yuan Qi formed purple light around the area where Zhao Yufei was in seclusion. This shocking scenery instantly caught the attention of many upper echelon members of the Hall of Gods, and they scanned in that direction with their divine sense. Yufei still hasn't exited seclusion? Zhao Feng was surprised after scanning with his divine sense. Zhao Yufei had the bloodline of the spiritual race. Logically speaking, none of her aspects should be any weaker than Nan Gongsheng, Kuan Yun, or Zhao Feng, but since her bloodline purity was limited, she didn't stand out amongst them. However, Zhao Feng believed that Zhao Yufei's strength must have increased dramatically after this period of seclusion. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng's senses moved, and he suddenly turned his head toward a certain direction and looked into the distance. Who? An invisible power of draconic providence started to gather toward the Hall of Gods. Winds and clouds blew in the sky as the magnificent aura caused the hearts of all experts in the Hall of Gods to shake. It's the Imperials. The Grand Imperial Hall has finally come. The upper echelon members of the Hall of Gods instantly moved their attention away from Zhao Yufei. Demigod Dragon Emperor. Zhao Feng's eyes focused on a golden figure several dozen thousand miles away. Who? In just an instant, Demigod Dragon Emperor led the other members of the Grand Imperial Hall and appeared in the air above the Hall of Gods. A terrifying draconic providence descended onto heaven and earth, and all intents and powers seemed to freeze. Welcome, Senior Dragon Emperor from the Grand Imperial Hall. Zhao Feng bowed slightly and said respectfully. He then scanned over the other members of the Grand Imperial Hall. Apart from Demigod Dragon Emperor, there was also Demigod Tai Chi, Sacred King Feather Spirit, and another Sacred King expert in phoenix robes who had come from the Grand Imperial Hall. Demigod Dragon Emperor replied as his gaze landed on where Zhao Yufei was in seclusion for a short moment. Shua. In the next instant, Demigod Dragon Emperor and the other members appeared in the hall where Zhao Feng was in. The members of the Grand Imperial Hall all radiated a strong surge of draconic providence. But no one knew if this was intentional or not. Is there a reason why the Grand Elder of the Grand Imperial Hall has come here? Zhao Feng smiled faintly with a normal expression. His aura was extremely steady. The hearts of the four from the Grand Imperial Hall moved slightly as they inspected Zhao Feng closely. It was hard to imagine that a measly late-stage mystic light realm was able to act so nonchalantly against the pressure of two demigods and two sacred kings. Zhao Feng, the Lord Dynasty was going to reward the Hall of Gods for destroying 9 Darkness Palace, who colluded with the non-humans recently. Demigod Dragon Emperor first told Zhao Feng their perspective on destroying 9 Darkness Palace. After all, Zhao Feng's actions helped the Great Gone Lord dynasty get rid of a big danger, at least on the surface. That's simply what we should have done. Zhao Feng replied respectfully to Demigod Dragon Emperor. Zhao Feng, did you kill Sacred King Samsara? At this moment, Demigod Tai Chi spoke with a cold gaze. In the God Corpse, Zhao Feng had resisted Demigod Tai Chi, so he disliked Zhao Feng. That's right. We had some personal problems. Zhao Feng smiled faintly but didn't elaborate. Zhao Feng, the Grand Imperial Hall is here this time for Sacred King Samsara's technique that can gather the power of the 8 great God-Eye descendants. Demigod Dragon Emperor continued and told Zhao Feng why they were truly here. That secret technique is too shocking and should be given to the Grand Imperial Hall to take care of. If it's accidentally given to the non-humans, it might cause another war between the 2 Lord dynasties, which will be a disaster for everyone, Demigod Tai Chi said righteously. So, the Grand Imperial Hall wishes for you to hand over the secret technique. The Grand Imperial Hall wishes for you to hand over the secret technique, Demigod Tai Chi said righteously. This was the true goal of the Grand Imperial Hall. Whatever else they said could basically be ignored. Sacred King Samsara's secret technique was just too terrifying. Even a true god expert couldn't block it. Zhao Feng had already enslaved the owner of the Eyes of Myriad Forms, and the Hall of Gods had someone that had 1 eye of death. It was impossible for the Grand Imperial Hall to just leave such a big threat alone. Although the Grand Imperial Hall didn't have any God-Eye descendants, if they were able to obtain this secret technique, they might be able to find another way to use it, or they could also search for God-Eye descendants in the Lord dynasty. All in all, the Grand Imperial Hall had come this time for themselves so that they could maintain absolute dominance in the continent zone. Since the Hall of Gods currently had only 2 God-Eye descendants, they couldn't use Sacred King Samsara's secret technique. Besides, even if the Hall of Gods had 1,000 or 10,000 more years, they wouldn't be a match for the Grand Imperial Hall, so those from the Grand Imperial Hall all believed that the Hall of Gods would hand it over. Sorry. Sacred King Samsara self-destructed, and even his interspatial dimension was destroyed, Zhao Feng replied, and this was indeed the case. The expressions of the 4 from the Grand Imperial Hall became cold. Even Demigod Dragon Emperor gave a deep glance at Zhao Feng, and he seemed to become unhappy. He personally came to the Hall of Gods, but Zhao Feng didn't give them any face at all and wasn't willing to hand over the secret technique. Zhao Feng, this secret technique is very precious. The Grand Imperial Hall knows this. We won't take something from the Hall of Gods for nothing. The Grand Imperial Hall will give something in return, and the Hall of Gods will be protected by the Grand Imperial Hall in the future. The Sacred King wearing a phoenix robe spoke slowly. The Grand Imperial Hall had come with some preparations in mind. Demigod Tai Chi and this female were a duo. The first acted tough while the other acted soft. This junior really didn't obtain Sacred King Samsara's secret technique. Zhao Feng sighed and continued to explain, but the expressions of the 4 from the Grand Imperial Hall became even uglier. Demigod Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix-robed Sacred King were even thinking about whether Zhao Feng already had 3 God-Eye descendants. Otherwise, why would he not give any face to the Grand Imperial Hall? Humph! Zhao Feng, are you thinking of doing something bad to the Great Gone Lord dynasty by keeping this secret technique? Demigod Tai Chi became enraged. He was declined by Zhao Feng last time in the God Corpse when he asked for the God Blood, and now Zhao Feng dared to reject Demigod Dragon Emperor and the entire Grand Imperial Hall. Demigod Tai Chi was already laughing coldly in his heart. He looked at Zhao Feng as if he was looking at a dead body. I already said that I don't have the secret technique. What are Demigod Tai Chi's intentions in blaming us? Zhao Feng's expression became solemn, and his tone started to change. He realized that the kinder he acted, the fiercer the opposing party acted. We shall see if that's true after I personally search for it. Demigod Tai Chi's mouth curled upwards into a deadly smile. Demigod Tai Chi's search meant searching Zhao Feng's soul. On the side, Demigod Dragon Emperor was silent. It was obvious that he agreed to Demigod Tai Chi's actions. Search? What right do you have to search anything in the Hall of Gods? Zhao Feng's tone was cold, and he spoke every word with a pause. At this moment, although the Hall of Gods wasn't the Grand Imperial Hall's match. Only 4 people from the Grand Imperial Hall had come. The Hall of Gods didn't need to be scared to such a degree. You! Demigod Taichi's expression froze before becoming enraged again, and he released his demigod intent, which merged into space. At this moment, Demigod Taichi was putting pressure on Zhao Feng and didn't hold back at all. If it was a normal late-stage mystic light realm, they would probably be unable to withstand even a moment against the intent of a demigod and would utterly crumble. Humph! Zhao Feng harumphed coldly as small crackles of white lightning flashed around his skin. Shoo! A surge of destructive lightning aura destroyed Demigod Taichi's intent when it descended around Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was covered in thin crackles of lightning, and Demigod Taichi's intent was unable to even approach Zhao Feng's body to cause any effect at all. The 4 from the Grand Imperial Hall were shocked. They knew this power of lightning. It was the power of God Tribulation lightning. At the same time, 2 powerful auras appeared elsewhere in the Hall of Gods. Kuan Yun and Nan Gongsheng were summoned by Zhao Feng and appeared in this secret hall. At this point in time, Nan Gongsheng had purple and blood-colored hair. He had a cold and cruel expression and radiated a bloodthirsty killing intent. Kuan Yun wasn't simple either. Although he was still just a sacred king, even normal demigods wouldn't be his match. If there's nothing else to discuss, Senior Dragon Emperor can go back now. Zhao Feng suddenly stood up and said. There was nothing they could do apart from offending the Grand Imperial Hall, but that wasn't enough for the Hall of Gods to be destroyed. The Hall of Gods wasn't a small force anymore. It was the number 1 force below the 2 4-star powers. On the side, Kuan Yun's heart tightened. He didn't think that the relationship between Zhao Feng and the Grand Imperial Hall had reached such a bad level. But he soon relaxed after remembering the resources that Zhao Feng had and how he could easily get other forces in the Lord Dynasty to join him. The expressions of the 4 from the Grand Imperial Hall were extremely ugly. The Hall of Gods, which was only just created recently, dared to go against a 4-star power of the Lord Dynasty that had existed for hundreds of millions of years? If it wasn't for the fact that the Grand Imperial Hall was still worried about the Dark Moon Lord Dynasty, they might have already used forceful methods against the Hall of Gods. Zhao Feng, the ruler of the Great Gon Lord Dynasty, is the Grand Imperial Hall. Demigod Dragon Emperor spoke at this moment and released a surge of power in every direction. Being the strongest force in the Great Gon Lord Dynasty, the Grand Imperial Hall couldn't allow the momentum of the Hall of Gods to suppress them. Even if Zhao Feng had helpers like Nan Gongsheng and Kuan Yun, Demigod Dragon Emperor didn't put them in his eyes because he was the strongest demigod of the Great Gon Lord Dynasty. At this instant, it was obvious that Demigod Dragon Emperor was relatively angry. The atmosphere within the hall was extremely tense, and even the air itself seemed to freeze. The aura of magnificent power and draconic providence in heaven and earth started to rapidly rise. However, right at this instant, boom! Heaven and earth suddenly shook as a terrifying storm of power appeared. All the heaven-earth yuan qi within several dozen thousand miles was instantly sucked over. This sudden change made Zhao Feng, Kuan Yun, Demigod Dragon Emperor, and everyone else in the hall looked over. Hua! The air itself suddenly ripped apart and formed a bottomless hole. Hu whoosh! Whoosh! Surges of terrifying power blew out from the spatial cracks next to the hole. Tell everyone to retreat. Zhao Feng immediately gave the order to Bai Qingyue. Luckily, this hole had appeared very far away in the sky, or else the Hall of Gods would have been destroyed. This, even Demigod Dragon Emperor had a solemn expression. Yufei. Zhao Feng looked toward where Zhao Yufei was in seclusion. Zhao Feng tried to interrupt her with his intent, but Zhao Yufei had no reaction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng and those from the Grand Imperial Hall retreated several thousand miles. But even then, they felt as if their bloodlines and power were completely suppressed. It was hard for them to even breathe. Boom! A heart-shaking, forbidden divine power suddenly descended. Two figures walked out from the hole. One of them was a young male. He had a slightly childish face, but his appearance could make even females jealous, and a disdainful and arrogant look could be seen from his eyebrows. Next to him was an elder with a faint aura. The two shared one common trait. Their bodies were crystal, transparent, and glittered with a glass-like light. The sky itself shook when these two appeared in heaven and earth, as if it was going to crumble. True gods from the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Demigod Dragon Emperor's heart was shocked. His senses told him that the strength of the Elder was even stronger than true god Tian Fa. Dissension of true gods. Zhao Feng's expression became ugly. More true gods had come from the ancient desolate realm of gods within such a short amount of time. Could they be here for true god Tian Fa? Demigod Taichi's expression turned to panic. Yuan Long, change your bloodline and body so that it suits the Yuan Qi structure here, the Elder said to the young person. Understood. The young male closed his eyes, and a crystal glow flowed across his body. The tremors in the sky soon started to calm down. This is the spiritual race bloodline. Zhao Feng had known Zhao Yufei for a long time and immediately sensed it when the male released a wisp of his bloodline aura. Could these people be here for Yufei? Zhao Feng guessed in his heart. Master, the descendant of someone with the spiritual race bloodline is right there. Yuan Long pointed toward where Zhao Yufei was in seclusion. Zhao Feng and those from the Grand Imperial Hall several thousand miles away were completely ignored by this elder and junior. The elder looked in Zhao Yufei's direction and pointed out. Whoosh! A mysterious light shone on Zhao Yufei's body. Wang! Boom! Zhao Yufei's body instantly released a peerless ancient bloodline aura. She broke through. Kuan Yun's expression froze, and he took a deep breath when he felt Zhao Yufei's cultivation. What kind of power is this? Demigod Dragon Emperor was also stunned. This mysterious elder just pointed out with one finger, and Zhao Yufei suddenly managed to become a sacred king. At this moment, Zhao Yufei opened her bright eyes and looked at the two in the sky as she seemed to sense something. Child, come back to the ancient spiritual race. That is where you belong. The elder's voice resounded across heaven and earth. Ancient spiritual race. Ancient desolate realm of gods? Zhao Yufei's expression changed dramatically. It was obvious that she knew a bit about the ancient desolate realm of gods as well. According to her bloodline, these two were probably experts from the ancient desolate realm of gods with the spiritual race bloodline, and they had come to this dimension to take her back to the ancient spiritual race. A warm sensation appeared from Zhao Yufei's bloodline as if it really wanted to go to the ancient desolate realm of gods and return to the ancient spiritual race. Kuan Yun and those from the Grand Imperial Hall became full of envy and jealousy. They didn't expect that these two true gods from the ancient desolate realm of gods had come to take Zhao Yufei. With Zhao Yufei's bloodline, she would be able to become a god straight away if they entered the ancient desolate realm of gods. I don't want to go right now. Zhao Yufei hesitated for a while before replying. She then turned toward Zhao Feng and looked at him with love and hesitation. It was obvious that Zhao Yufei really wanted to go to the ancient desolate realm of gods. What? Kuan Yun was speechless, and those from the Grand Imperial Hall froze and became dazed. None of them expected Zhao Yufei to reject the invitation of a true god from the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Yufei rejected such heaven-defying fortune? One had to know that it had been several dozen millennia since the last person from the continent zone managed to break through to the heavenly divine realm. What, you? Yuan Long's expression changed dramatically in disbelief. This female from this weak dimension had rejected his master. The elder's expression changed slightly as his gaze landed on Zhao Feng. He could obviously tell that Zhao Yufei had rejected him because of this male. So strong. In an instant, Zhao Feng felt that, apart from his god's spiritual eye, the elder saw through his entire body. The elder's gaze landed on Zhao Feng's left eye, and he was surprised. Human, you can come with us to the ancient desolate realm of gods as well. The elder said with a faint smile. Human, you can come with us to the ancient desolate realm of gods as well. The elder said with a faint smile. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the aura of ancient origin within Zhao Feng's body was extremely rich. Zhao Feng had a strong foundation and was actually slightly stronger than some people of the same cultivation in the ancient desolate realm of gods. From his point of view, Zhao Feng's only flaw was that his bloodline was too weak, but Zhao Feng had a unique soul body that made up for this flaw. What surprised the spiritual race elder even more was that he couldn't see through Zhao Feng's eye. What? Those next to Zhao Feng and even Zhao Feng himself were dazed. Zhao Feng's luck is too good. Kuan Yun couldn't believe that an elder from the ancient desolate realm of gods would say something like this. Entering the ancient desolate realm of gods was a legend for everyone in the continent zone, but for this elder of the spiritual race, it was as if entering the ancient desolate realm of gods was a very small matter. Everyone looked at Zhao Feng with envy and jealousy. In particular, demigod Taichi's heart was extremely chaotic. His hatred for Zhao Feng was very strong, and he wished to kill Zhao Feng. With Zhao Feng's talent, if he entered the ancient desolate realm of gods, his future would be immeasurable. At this moment, apart from Zhao Feng, everyone was thinking about begging this elder to take them to the ancient desolate realm of gods as well, but they didn't dare to say anything at all. Master! Yuan Long was also surprised. What was the point of bringing a normal human from this weak dimension who didn't have an ancient bloodline to the ancient desolate realm of gods? Brother Feng! Zhao Yufei was overjoyed and revealed a smile that could make any male's heart move. But when she looked at Zhao Feng, she realized that Zhao Feng didn't seem to be very happy. Zhao Yufei immediately understood. She hadn't thought it through. She was being selfish. Yufei, you should go with Senior. Zhao Feng was silent for a moment before speaking to Zhao Yufei in an apologetic tone. If Zhao Feng was selfish and went to the ancient desolate realm of gods, then the Hall of Gods that he had raised up would be taken over by the Grand Imperial Hall, and the Grand Imperial Hall wouldn't let go of anyone related to him. There were also many forces in the Lord dynasty that were deeply connected to the Hall of Gods, and once Zhao Feng left, disaster would befall them as well. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had created the Hall of Gods for another reason, to completely control the Nanlin Sea. Only then would he be able to completely protect his hometown, the Azure Flower Continent. What? Zhao Feng actually? Sacred King Feather Spirit's expression turned to shock as he stared at Zhao Feng. He was suspicious that he had heard wrong. This brat knows that the Grand Imperial Hall will definitely trouble the Hall of Gods, but he still chose to remain behind. Demigod Dragon Emperor was puzzled as well as shocked. Who would remain behind and choose to face danger when they could escape, especially to someplace better? Kuan Yun and Nan Gongxing also looked at Zhao Feng in shock. Yuan Long was surprised. He didn't expect a human from this weak dimension to reject his master's invitation. It was the same as a hobo rejecting a rich meal. Yuan Long revealed a smile of mockery. From his perspective, Zhao Feng's actions were extremely dumb, and there was no medicine that could save him from that. Brother Feng, I'll wait for you in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Yufei wiped the wetness from the corner of her eyes and looked deeply at Zhao Feng. She had already foreseen that Zhao Feng would make this decision. Senior, I'm extremely sorry. This junior still has some things to take care of here. Zhao Feng bowed respectfully toward this elder of the spiritual race and placed great emphasis on the last few words. Zhao Feng then looked at those from the Grand Imperial Hall after raising his head. The two from the spiritual race and Zhao Yufei also instantly looked at Demigod Dragon Emperor and company. The bodies of these four from the Grand Imperial Hall shook, and cold sweat poured from their foreheads as the fear of death spread through their bodies. Experts from the ancient desolate realm of gods viewed beings not from the ancient desolate realm of gods as ants and wouldn't care whether they lived or not. At this moment, two experts from the ancient desolate realm of gods had come for Zhao Yufei. As long as Zhao Yufei spoke, these four would definitely be killed. Zhao Feng, if you have anything you need, the Grand Imperial Hall will help you as much as we can. Demigod Dragon Emperor squeezed out a kind smile and pretended that he had a good relationship with Zhao Feng. The other three, even Demigod Tai Chi and Sacred King Feather Spirit, who hated Zhao Feng's guts, also squeezed out smiles and tried to get on Zhao Feng's good side. Humph! In the sky, Yuan Long harumphed coldly in disdain and extended a white crystalline arm. Wang! Boom! Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying intent instantly gained control over the nearby space. The area around the four Grand Imperial Hall members seemed to freeze. Even demigod Dragon Emperor was unable to move, and he couldn't even release his divine sense. In an instant, everything within their bodies started to crystallize. Even space itself started to crystallize around them. If this continued, everything in range would become blocks of crystal. Such terrifying power! This person, demigod Dragon Emperor's heart jumped, and he was utterly shocked. This person named Yuanlong was much stronger than true god Tian Fa. However, this was reasonable. Yuanlong had the bloodline of the spiritual race, which was ranked 19th among the 10,000 ancient races. He was a shining prodigy even in the ancient desolate realm of gods. It was hard to imagine what kind of cultivation his master had. A sense of life and death danger they had never felt before covered the four from the Grand Imperial Hall. Yuanlong, let's go. The elder faintly looked over them as if he was looking at an ant or a drop of water. He didn't care at all. Ziziz, okay? Yuanlong put down his arm with a laugh. Boom! Pong! The crystallized dimension instantly shattered, and countless shards of crystal floated in the air. Thank you for not killing me, Senior. Demigod Dragon Emperor knelt on the ground and said in fear. Plop! Sacred King Feather Spirit and the phoenix-robed Sacred King had fallen to the ground next to the two demigods. There were no signs of any aura from them. Demigod Taichi's eyes shook as he looked in shock at the two Sacred Kings next to him that had died. If Yuanlong had stopped just a moment later, he might have turned out like that too. Nan Gongxing's and Kuan Yun's hair stood on end as they looked at the two spiritual race members in fear and respect. In the sky, the elder's body revealed a dazzling divine light that covered Yuanlong and Zhao Yufei. Wang, a faint disturbance came from the very center of the fan universe. Wang, a unique spatial undulation appeared around the trio. Brother Feng, do what you need to do quickly. Zhao Yufei bit her lips, and her eyelashes fluttered as her eyes became watery. Shua! The trio's figures started to fade with the unique undulation of space until they completely disappeared. Heaven and earth started to calm down after the experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods and Zhao Yufei left. Let's go, Demigod Dragon Emperor said in a deep tone before taking the bodies of the two sacred kings and leaving the Hall of Gods. Demigod Taichi glared at Zhao Feng before turning into a streak of white light and disappearing into the sky. They can come back now, Zhao Feng messaged by Qingyue. Luckily, he had told the other members of the Hall of Gods to retreat before the experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods arrived. Otherwise, the members with lower cultivations might have been crushed by the aura of two true gods. The Hall of Gods returned to normal a day later, and news of this incident quickly spread across the great Gone Lord dynasty. The demigods of the Grand Imperial Hall that had gone to the Hall of Gods returned with heavy injuries, including Demigod Dragon Emperor. Sacred King Feather Spirit and Sacred King Phoenix Righteousness had died. This result shocked the entire great Gone Lord dynasty. None of the forces in the Lord dynasty doubted the truth of this, but then another piece of news soon spread as well. Experts of the spiritual race from the ancient desolate realm of gods had appeared in the Hall of Gods and took Zhao Yufei away. Before they left, they severely injured the demigods and killed the two sacred kings from the Grand Imperial Hall. This news completely stunned the Lord dynasty. In just a few short years' time, more experts from the ancient desolate realm of gods had appeared. This made all the demigods in the continent zone become even crazier about breaking through to the heavenly divine realm. By Qingyue, quickly train all the talented disciples to the mystic light realm and put all focus on them, Zhao Feng messaged by Qingyue. He then took out some substandard god crystals, resources from the ancient dream realm and other items, then handed them to Bai Qingyue. The Grand Imperial Hall shouldn't take any action for a while, Zhao Feng guessed in his heart as he entered seclusion in the misty spatial world. The experts from the ancient desolate realm of gods had invigorated him as well. Zhao Feng wanted to go to the legendary ancient desolate realm of gods and see what kind of place it was. He wanted to witness the 10,000 ancient races and see the legendary 8 great god eyes. I need to put in more effort or else Yufei will get too far ahead of me. Zhao Feng smiled helplessly. Zhao Yufei's bloodline would become even purer after going to the ancient spiritual race in the ancient desolate realm of gods. At that point, the cultivation speed of the spiritual race would be fully displayed, and with Zhao Yufei's talent, she would be able to become a rank 3 god at the least. Wang. Strong power of God tribulation lightning radiated from Zhao Feng's lightning soul body. Countless crackles of white lightning roared on Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body and destroyed everything around him. Right now, Zhao Feng's main focus was to use the power of God tribulation lightning to refine his sacred lightning body. Of course, while refining his sacred lightning body with the God tribulation lightning, Zhao Feng was still using many thoughts to cultivate other aspects. Half a day later, Zhao Feng started resting for a while. He ate many precious resources to recover his injuries, but he never stopped cultivating. While resting, he changed his focus to comprehending the different intents. Whoosh! The 3 vine fruits appeared before Zhao Feng, and a thick intent covered Zhao Feng. Whenever his understanding of the intents reached a bottleneck, Zhao Feng turned his focus back to refining his sacred lightning body. Since he had repetitively used his various resources, their effects started to weaken, so Zhao Feng would also occasionally enter the ancient dream realm and continue scouting around. He would increase the number of his spiritual pets and expand his territory. Sky lightning hell refined grass, evil swamp earth crystal rock, heaven wind jade bamboo. Even more precious resources from the ancient dream realm floated in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng circulated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and the golden Kuin sacred lightning body to absorb the energy from these herbs. Zhao Feng spent a year in seclusion. In this period of time, Zhao Feng didn't think about increasing his cultivation. He chose to consolidate it instead. One day, Zhao Feng entered the God Eye dimension and prepared to duplicate some ancient resources he needed. Zhao Feng, I want to speak with you. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon spoke from a corner in the dimension. Zhao Feng, I want to speak with you. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon spoke from a corner in the dimension. Zhao Feng's consciousness paused slightly as he looked at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Over the past year, Zhao Feng didn't try to use the Dark Heart Seal very often. He only gave the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon a beating whenever he entered the God Eye dimension. You're willing to be my steed now? Zhao Feng asked. Hearing the word, steed, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression instantly became ugly and deadly. I have my requirements. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon struggled for a while before sighing and speaking in a very humiliated tone. I'm willing to serve you, but you have to supply a large amount of resources to help me recover to my peak strength and not purposely harm my life. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon told Zhao Feng its requirements, and it was worried that Zhao Feng wouldn't agree. Its recovery ability was limited when trapped in this dimension, and Zhao Feng would be able to easily kill it after his strength increased to a certain level. After all, Zhao Feng originally planned on killing the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and only had the idea of enslaving it after realizing that he couldn't kill it. Now that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had witnessed Zhao Feng's secrets, it knew the chances of Zhao Feng being able to kill it were very high. Since Zhao Feng hadn't tried to enslave it recently, it was extremely worried and thought that Zhao Feng had already decided on killing it. In addition, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's requirements weren't simple. Because it had a faint wisp of the Destruction Dragon race bloodline, all its aspects and abilities were very high level. An enormous amount of resources would be needed to recover its strength, or else the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would have become a true god again long ago, and no one in the continent zone would be its match. All the wealth of a god might not be enough for you to recover to your peak strength. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. He certainly had lofty dreams. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would be more useful to Zhao Feng the stronger it was, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was a powerful true god at its peak. If the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's strength surpassed Zhao Feng by too much, it would definitely be able to escape from Zhao Feng's control. No matter what, my cultivation can't be lower than yours. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon took a step back. From the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's point of view, since Zhao Feng might have the 9th God's Eye, he would probably encounter a lot of trouble in the future. Zhao Feng would definitely want to help recover the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's strength, due to the dangers ahead. Besides, If Zhao Feng's eye really had the potential to become the ninth god's eye, then the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had nothing else to say. It would be willing to serve Zhao Feng for all eternity. That's better. Zhao Feng immediately agreed. What would be the point of having the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon if its cultivation was lower than his? The two sides came to an agreement and signed a blood contract. After signing the blood contract, Zhao Feng also forced the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon to let him imprint a dark heart seal. Whoosh! Zhao Feng released the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon only had the aura of a normal sacred lord, and its injuries were severe. Increase your cultivation to the level of a sacred king first. Zhao Feng gave some of the resources in the misty spatial world to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Thank you, Master, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said in a weird tone. Master, when are we going to the ancient desolate realm of gods? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon asked before it left. When I become a god, of course. Zhao Feng paused before saying somewhat speechlessly. With Zhao Feng's abilities, he could try to break through to the heavenly divine realm within 20 years and then enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. If he wanted to minimize the risks and consolidate his strength, it might take him 30 years. Master, why don't you break through to the heavenly divine realm after entering the ancient desolate realm of gods? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon asked curiously. The center of the fan universe was the origin of all things. Physical items, soul items, illusions, and more. The chances of breaking through to the heavenly divine realm were higher, and one would have more potential. One can reach the ancient desolate realm of gods without breaking through to the heavenly divine realm and without relying on any outside powers? Zhao Feng was shocked. Although he was incredulous, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon might indeed have some special methods. Others might not, but Master definitely can. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed a deep smile and spoke in a certain tone. Can Master sense the existence of the ancient desolate realm of gods? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon asked. Zhao Feng's expression was slightly grim. He had indeed felt a mysterious place connect with his soul recently, but the connection was very blurry. How did the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon know this? Master, you should know that the important thing in reaching the ancient desolate realm of gods is the aura of the ancient desolate origin. One will only be able to obtain this aura when experiencing the true God lightning tribulation. Only then can one sense the existence of the ancient desolate realm of gods and enter it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a slightly smug expression as it explained to Zhao Feng. In other words, one doesn't need to break through to the heavenly divine realm. As long as one has enough aura of ancient desolate origin, they can enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. However, this dimension is too weak, so the only way to obtain the aura of ancient desolate origin for the beings here is the true God lightning tribulation, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said proudly. If one was located in a dimension closer to the ancient desolate realm of gods, they would be able to absorb the aura of ancient desolate origin radiating from the ancient desolate realm of gods and go there before breaking through to the heavenly divine realm. This would increase their chances of breaking through to the heavenly divine realm in the future, and they could even surpass rank 1 gods when they broke through. That's possible? Zhao Feng was shocked, but it was very simple logic. Everyone in the continent zone had formed a notion that only those who broke through to the heavenly divine realm could enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. But that was only because this dimension was too low grade and the beings here were too weak. Master's body should already contain a plentiful amount of aura of the ancient desolate origin, right? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had seen Zhao Feng duplicate many precious resources of the ancient era when it was in the God Eye dimension. Most of these resources contained a wisp of aura of the ancient desolate origin, so the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was sure that Zhao Feng's body already contained a thick amount of aura of ancient desolate origin. After explaining everything, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon flew to the side and used the resources that Zhao Feng had given it to recover its strength. In reality, the main reason the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had stayed in this weak dimension for so long was because it wanted to destroy this dimension and quickly recover its strength. Now that it couldn't destroy this dimension, it would be better to just follow Zhao Feng and go to the ancient desolate realm of gods as soon as possible, which was why it told Zhao Feng all of that information. Zhao Feng was still in shock. This means that I can head to the ancient desolate realm of gods as soon as everything's settled here. Zhao Feng was extremely excited. Like the other demigods of the continent zone, Zhao Feng also wished to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods. But since he had too many things to do here still, he rejected the elder from the spiritual race. Master, I need to warn you. If you want to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods, your state of existence should be at least at the level of a demigod. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon suddenly remembered something and added, since this place was so far away from the ancient desolate realm of gods, if one's state of existence was too weak, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the spatial undulations required to travel there. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had forgotten about this point earlier. If Zhao Feng's state of existence was too weak and he was unable to withstand the pressure of passing through space, Zhao Feng would die on the way to the ancient desolate realm of gods. At that point, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would die too. State of existence? Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. Now that his golden Kuan sacred lightning body had consolidated at the peak 6th level, it could reach the absolute limit of the 6th level at any moment. The 7th level of the golden Kuan sacred lightning body corresponded to the level above demigods. There is still a bit of distance left till the 7th level of the sacred lightning body. In this period of time, I can settle everything. Zhao Feng's mouth curled upward as he started to become slightly impatient. Luckily, he had placed importance on body strengthening a long time ago. Bai Qingyue, how is the overall strength of the Hall of Gods? Zhao Feng asked directly. Apart from Kuan Yun, Nan Gongsheng, and Master, the Hall of Gods would be a 3.5 stars power, but if one adds the forces in an alliance with the Hall of Gods, then the overall strength would increase by another level. Bai Qingyue reported honestly, and Zhao Feng started to think. After taking over 9 Darkness Palace and forming an alliance with the Tai family, Black Screen Corner, the G family, and others, the Hall of Gods could be considered a 4-star power, but since these allied forces were still other forces, they wouldn't necessarily serve the Hall of Gods with all their heart. Continue expanding and raise more sacred lords, Zhao Feng said before entering seclusion once more. In reality, the expansion of the Hall of Gods over the past year had already stunned everyone. But no force in the Lord dynasty stopped the Hall of Gods. Even the Grand Imperial Hall remained silent. Since that was the case, Zhao Feng didn't care and continued to expand. The perfect situation would be for the Hall of Gods to rule over the entire continent zone. Zhao Feng, Zhao Wan, the Little Thieving Cat, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon each took up their own spot within the misty spatial world and used an insane amount of resources to cultivate and increase their strength. Within half a year, Zhao Feng realized that his resources weren't enough. A year later, Zhao Feng realized that his resources weren't enough even with the help of his left eye's duplication ability. Zhao Feng looked at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon speechlessly. He didn't think that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would need so many resources to recover. Master, there's nothing I can do about this. Although I used this many resources, I'm only a late-stage sacred lord. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon gave an expression as if the situation didn't matter to it. Since there weren't enough resources, Zhao Feng had to use his precious time to find more resources in the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng also needed to spend a lot of resources to train and raise his pets. He would only be able to obtain more precious resources if they were stronger. One day, within the misty spatial world, Zhao Feng's dark yellow figure covered in lightning suddenly grew a bit taller as a terrifying physical force lightning domain spread. The absolute limit of the sacred lightning body's 6th level. Zhao Feng opened his eyes and let out a breath. In another corner, Zhao Wan's progress in the golden Kuan sacred lightning body was going at light speed since he had the experience of Zhao Feng. Master, I have recovered to the level of a sacred king now, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said happily. It didn't think that it would be able to recover from such heavy injuries back to the level of a sacred king in just 2 years. At the same time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could feel how immeasurable Zhao Feng was. Zhao Feng had been cultivating in the misty spatial world just like it, but he occasionally took out peerless treasures that would cause even demigod experts to become greedy. Right at this moment, Bai Qingyue sent a message. Master, it seems Demigod Dragon Emperor has started his breakthrough to the heavenly divine realm. Bai Qingyue had a solemn expression. Zhao Feng had always stayed in touch with Bai Qingyue while he was in seclusion, but the news that Bai Qingyue sent this time made Zhao Feng's expression change. Demigod Dragon Emperor is trying to break through to the heavenly divine realm? Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He originally thought that the Grand Imperial Hall would take some kind of action against the Hall of Gods in the future, but Demigod Dragon Emperor was already preparing to break through to the heavenly divine realm and leave for the ancient desolate realm of gods. Although Zhao Feng didn't know why the Grand Imperial Hall was able to hold in it for so long, it meant that the Hall of Gods had no obstacle stopping them anymore. They could expand as they wished and even complete Zhao Feng's goal: rule the Great Gon Lord dynasty. Zhao Feng felt a lot more relaxed after learning this news. He gave some resources to Bai Qingyue before continuing his seclusion. In the dimension of his god eye, the mysterious golden ball was duplicating a few ancient earth elemental resources. Wang, the power of God Tribulation Lightning within Zhao Feng's lightning soul body, refined his sacred lightning body. At this moment, the resilience of his sacred lightning body against the power of God Tribulation Lightning was very high. He could last the time it took to make a cup of tea against the power of God Tribulation Lightning. Now that my sacred lightning body has reached the limit of the 6th level, it's comparable to the limit of the mystic light realm. Attacks from anyone below demigods won't be able to injure me at all. Zhao Feng smiled confidently. Since attacks from anyone below demigods were unable to cause much damage to Zhao Feng was able to fight against normal demigods with just his physical body alone. As soon as his golden Kuan sacred lightning body reached the 7th level, his state of existence would have reached the level of a demigod. There wouldn't be many who could match him in the continent zone at that point. However, this also meant that there would be less room for improvement in the continent zone because he had no goals here anymore. This was why Zhao Feng wanted to enter the ancient desolate realm of gods so badly. Apart from the dramatic strengthening in his sacred lightning body, Zhao Feng's other aspects had also become much stronger after 2 years of seclusion. The wind lightning raging finger had been trained to the peak, and his index finger had merged with 30% of the Godblood's power. Zhao Feng was looking forward to seeing how powerful the wind lightning raging finger would be when he used it with his index finger. The divine forming technique was another skill that Zhao Feng placed a lot of importance on. He had cultivated it to a high level as well, and the divine power he had stored within his body could allow him to use the ancient god seal almost 20 times. With the help of the vine fruits, Zhao Feng's comprehension was high enough that he could try to break through to become a sacred king, but he had suppressed this. According to what the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said, if one entered the ancient desolate realm of gods earlier and cultivated there, they would produce better results when breaking through, so Zhao Feng wanted to become a sacred king after entering the ancient desolate realm of gods. 2 years of seclusion had expended an enormous amount of resources, but the result was worth it. Zhao Feng estimated that the wealth he had spent in the past 2 years had exceeded the wealth of the entire Grand Imperial Hall. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had recovered to the level of a sacred king, and its battle power was greater than normal demigods. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng didn't have many resources right now, he would continue to give the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon resources. Zhao Wan had consolidated his cultivation and could become a sacred king at any moment. Zhao Feng didn't really understand the little thieving cat's situation. The little thieving cat's cultivation had always been low. It was only due to the fact that it specialized in the Tao of assassination, had extremely strong weapons, and a profound intent that it could help in fights against sacred kings or demigods. In a head-on fight, the little thieving cat might not even be a match for a normal sacred king. After 2 years of cultivation, Zhao Feng couldn't see through the little thieving cat's cultivation anymore, but he wasn't very surprised. The little thieving cat was always too mysterious. This cat. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon looked at the little thieving cat with a hint of jealousy and hatred. If it wasn't for this cat, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wouldn't have been defeated and captured by Zhao Feng. However, even with the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's knowledge, it couldn't see anything regarding the little thieving cat's history. The little thieving cat's cultivation was very low, but it had divine power and a divine weapon. Not good. Zhao Feng, danger approaching. The black destruction serpent dragon suddenly said at this moment. It suddenly felt a powerful ancient aura quickly approaching this place. Danger. Zhao Feng didn't really believe it. There weren't many people in the continent zone that could cause any damage to the Hall of Gods at this point, and it was almost impossible for those who could to come to the Hall of Gods to take action against Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng left the misty spatial world in half-doubt after seeing the black destruction serpent dragon's surprised expression. Whoosh! Zhao Feng appeared in a secret hall in the Forbidden Grounds. Zhao Feng's divine sense scanned around as he activated his god spiritual eye as well. This is? Zhao Feng's divine sense didn't sense anything, but his god's spiritual eye caught sight of a dark purple beam. Zhao Feng, hand over your life to me, this figure said in disdain after seeing Zhao Feng appear. Wang, who? A terrifying ancient aura spread from his body and shook the entire Hall of Gods. Who's there? Who dares to come to the Hall of Gods? Several powerful sacred lord-level auras instantly rose from the Hall of Gods. Stand down! Zhao Feng roared at these sacred lord experts of the Hall of Gods to retreat. Zhao Feng had a grim expression as his gaze locked onto the black-purple light. Although Zhao Feng didn't recognize this person, he felt a familiar sensation from the opponent's soul. True God Tian Fa. Zhao Feng's expression turned to shock. This person was True God Tian Fa. He actually managed to survive from the devastating power that could destroy heaven and earth in the God Corpse. Zhao Feng was no longer surprised at how he could enter the Hall of Gods unknowingly. Ha ha ha! I bet you didn't think that I would still be alive. Today, I shall take your life. True God Tian Fa roared with laughter in his new appearance as he looked at Zhao Feng with deadly eyes. If it wasn't for Zhao Feng's appearance, the secret technique that combined the God Eye Descendant's power wouldn't have changed, and he wouldn't have been defeated. Although he had been busy recovering his injuries in the continent zone, he had heard of Zhao Feng's battle records. However, if he still dared to come, it meant that he was confident in himself. I indeed didn't think that you would still be alive, but I don't mind killing you again. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile. Through the inspection of his god's spiritual eye, he realized that True God Tian Fan had recovered to the level of a sacred king, and since he had divine power, he would be considered a demigod. After years of seclusion, Zhao Feng's strength had increased dramatically due to the enormous amount of resources he had used. His hands were starting to become itchy. Zhao Feng wanted to fight and test his full strength. Kuan Yun, Nan Gongsheng, stay in the Hall of Gods, Zhao Feng messaged. Wang, a pair of scarlet wings of lightning formed behind Zhao Feng's back. Scarlet golden light flashed as Zhao Feng left the Hall of Gods and disappeared into the sky. Whoosh! True God Tian Fan chased after Zhao Feng. Do you know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is? Even if my divine weapons were destroyed, killing you is extremely simple. True God Tian Fan couldn't help but mock Zhao Feng's actions. With his talent, not many were his match even in the ancient Soul Hall, and now a weak being from such a low-ranked dimension wanted to fight against him with just the cultivation of a late-stage sacred lord? What a joke! Whoosh! A golden spear with the head of a black dragon appeared in True God Tian Fa's hands. This was just a peak heaven-grade weapon because True God Tian Fa couldn't find any divine weapons in the continent zone. Get back here! True God Tian Fa waved the black dragon-headed golden spear. Shwa! The head of a black dragon roared as it charged toward Zhao Feng. With True God Tian Fa's comprehension level, this casual blow could injure demigods and kill sacred kings. Boom! Zhao Feng suddenly halted his figure and activated the sacred lightning body as he released a forceful punch. Boom! Pong! Two terrifying surges of power clashed in the air. True God Tian Fa's attack was blocked. A part of the remaining power landed on Zhao Feng's body but caused no damage. However, a giant crater was created in the mountains below when the remaining wisp of power touched it. This was also the reason why Zhao Feng left the Hall of Gods. His strength? True God Tian Fa instantly felt that something was wrong the instant they exchanged blows. Even though his strength had been reduced dramatically and he didn't have a divine weapon, a late-stage Mystic Light Realm expert would find it difficult to block even a nonchalant blow from him. The God Tribulation lightning within my sacred lightning body has increased, and it contains a destructive force against all attacks. This was Zhao Feng's first battle after entering seclusion 2 years ago, and the power of his God Tribulation lightning sacred body shocked him. Brat, from the looks of it, you obtained a lot in the God Corpse. Greed flashed through True God Tian Fa's eyes. How could normal late-stage sacred lords have such strength? Zhao Feng must have had heaven-defying fortune in the God Corpse. Although Tian Fa was a rank 3 true god before, even he wanted the resources from the God Corpse very much. After all, when Lord Wuheng was alive, he was a heaven-defying existence that he could only look up to. Boom! True God Tian Fa merged his divine power into the spear. Wang. Since the weapon was only peak heaven grade, it was unable to withstand True God Tian Fa's divine power and instantly started to tremble. Whoosh! 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 True God Tian Fa instantly waved the spear in his hand and unleashed several black dragons. On the other side, Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm of destruction. Zhao Feng's body released a brilliant scarlet lightning. After merging with the power of his sacred body, he quickly thrust out several palms. An enormous palm of scarlet lightning crushed forward like a mountain. Boom! Pong! Bam! The two terrifying attacks instantly clashed. This time, they were on par with one another. This brat's palm technique. True God Tian Fa's expression became grim. He didn't have an advantage even after exchanging 2 blows with Zhao Feng, which was extremely humiliating for him. 9 Heavens Dragon Obliterating Spear. True God Tian Fa's expression became cold as he waved the spear in his hand and charged toward Zhao Feng. A profound intent surrounded his body. This is a battle technique that surpasses the heaven tier. Zhao Feng could tell that the skill True God Tian Fa used had definitely surpassed the heaven tier from the enormous intent. However, Zhao Feng didn't know how techniques were ranked above the heaven tier. A terrifying ancient bloodline divine power spread from Zhao Feng's index finger. After absorbing 30% of the god blood, Zhao Feng wanted to see how strong it was when using the wind lightning raging finger. Obliterating God Finger. A forceful and dominating intent of wind lightning appeared around Zhao Feng's body. Boom! Pong! Zhao Feng circulated the powerful finger technique and clashed against True God Tian Fa's technique. At this instant, just a wisp of remnant power from the clash of these two could destroy normal 3-star powers. This bloodline aura belongs to Lord Wuheng. True God Tian Fa's expression turned to shock as he looked at Zhao Feng's purple and gold finger that was radiating a terrifying desolate aura.